Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
What's up, everybody? Richard here, and welcome to Forex Fire. Tiger, Michael.
Morning.
How's it guys doing?
How you doing?
Good morning,
Good,
guys.
good.
Morning.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you great.
You're great.
Awesome. Loud and clear.
Those termites-
Sorry, I've got the
termites
AirPods
finally
in
did?
finally, so
Oh, nice.
yeah, they did. There's still some big stumps left, so they'll probably come in sometime and drill it, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Yeah, it was rather frustrating, but you guys held the fort, which is great to see. And I wouldn't expect anything less from you two lads.
Of course. Give us a little bit of caffeine and we're good to go.
Good.
That was good.
Nice.
We held it down.
Awesome.
No. It was
Right,
interesting
you got
to
Starboy.
learn a little bit about Alex yesterday morning, kind of the scalping method that he uses for Forex. So definitely good stuff there to learn, and
Good stuff.
always good to look and see.
Yeah, no, I watched a
steal
little
something.
bit. Yeah, I did watch in a little bit yesterday. So it was a good session. Well done. Yeah.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal.
What's happening on that side? Any trades going? Did you trade yesterday
Yeah.
during the morning session?
Yeah, I ended up getting into a gold trade, so I'm still in it. Looking pretty good at the moment.
Nice.
Good
stuff.
Yep. I had
Good
gold
stuff.
and silver
Long,
hit
right?
demand zone at the same time, but I took the gold one. Kind of thinking now I should have taken the silver one also because they're both looking good. But yeah, we'll check that out on the chart here in a bit. Gold and silver are still number one and number two on my top setups, so took advantage of it yesterday.
Okay. Awesome.
Right.
Good stuff. Michael, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm actually still looking at it now. EJ, hey, what's up, guys? Looks like Starboy's in. Christian,
Starboy. Hey, Christian.
Brilliant. Hey, what's
Good
up?
morning.
What's up,
Good morning.
Howdy. Welcome back, Richie.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm looking at EJ.
Thank you.
EJ still
EJ.
Yeah, this thing was not the most cooperative yesterday. It kind of hung around for so long. I'm like, man, what is up with this thing? It's bouncing around right now. It's basically at the same exact spot from yesterday. Just ridiculous.
Yeah, a lot of Forex currencies were like that yesterday. A lot of Forex pairs seemed like they just kind of ranged. Me and Paul were talking about that on Quiet Markets last night because he kind of got, I guess, a little chopped up during the intraday session for, the indices. So I was looking at the currencies. Sure enough, similar situation. I didn't pay as much attention to the currencies yesterday as I was, again, focused on the metals. But Yeah, wasn't a very conducive market for a lot of these
Right.
currencies, indices.
Good stuff. Hey, Tanaka.
No.
Tanaka, Peter, Zoo. Good morning, coaches. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Hey, what's up, Tanaka?
All right, so
I finally-
one of you guys want to kick it off?
Yeah, I finally figured out. Sometimes when I try to copy and paste things onto my chart, and it vanishes. So I realized it's because, I had my drawings turned off.
It's always something simple like that,
So
isn't it?
Turn the power on, flip the switch,
Right.
jiggle the handle. You know, the little things that help things.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Always go to the plug first and see if it's plugged in.
Yeah. So like yesterday, I was trying to pull up the CO. Yeah, exactly. Because I was trying to pull up the COT report, and I was trying to copy and paste some of them, but I finally realized that's what happened. Because like sometimes what happens is I'll paste it. Oftentimes when I have the drawing tool turned off, and then like an hour later, I'll notice that it appeared out of thin air. I'm like, well, how is that possible? But it's because I just had everything turned off. Yeah. Silly tigerism. Michael, did you have anything you wanted to share at the moment? I mean, otherwise
I can jump into a little trade I just took like half an hour ago. Show my charts, if you don't mind. This on gold, but more of a bit of a scalping type of trade. I didn't have any time to trade yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Webb, how's it going?
Morning, Webb.
So some things here is a little bit, iffy. Although, let me just quickly talk you through it. Just looking here at a 5 minute on gold. We get rid of. Where's my screen gone now?
Oh, there it is.
So I just drew a pitchfork using these three anchor points prior to this little run that we've seen up here. And I've seen a 5-wave sequence up here, right? From this low over here. Come on, let's get back to where that was. Let me just select the right tool. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a 5th wave. It was actually just as London opened, and it just booked the Asian high, which is why I'm saying it's a bit iffy. Sometimes they can run these highs of the previous session, and then you get a decline lower. That being said, a 5-wave sequence generally means it's either a leading diagonal, so we might get a deeper correction and then something like that, another leg upwards, or the alternative explanation is that it might be an A, B, C, something like this, and then an X, and then an A, B, C again, and then we move lower. I believe you are on the long side, Coach Tiger, so I'm also in a long trade here at the moment. So this was right at 3 a.m. or just afterwards. If I have to bring my indicators back, you can see price just pipped on that 5-wave sequence, the 5th one, the Asian high, and then start pulling back. We have a really nice fair value gap. I can just get rid of all of these colors on my screen that formed during that long range candle, the second one. And that one prior to price taking out the Asian high. And then as price pulled back into the midsection of it, I actually got long. Right, so I am long gold, and I am assuming should price move higher that it could reach this upper median line of that pitchfork that I've shown, the center median line. All right, the other thing that's worrying me a little bit between this high and this high over here is there's definitely some symmetry from an angular perspective happening here. So if I, as you've probably seen before, if I draw a line parallel to one of my pitchfork lines, I drop it at these little few highs here, then the London session high pretty much, terminated or ran into resistance at the same angle. I also got an upward sloping channel here, and just trying to figure out, was there a little bit of confluence between different angles here within that fair value gap? And there was just a center channel line over here. There was this instance here where price actually undershot it. So I've drawn the line in there. It might be that price wants to pull back towards that. So I've got my stop loss currently around about this area. I'll show you on my chart. It's not a big trade. Slightly over a 2-to-1, 1-to-2, whatever you want to call it. So I'm trying to target that upper channel line over there. Oh, sorry, median line over there. Again, price moved up right before the session started, and I was like, yeah, great, this is working out beautifully. And then obviously now we're sitting here with a slight decline. Again, it's just like I've got a bit of a scalp going on, trying to open my account for the week. Or my trading for the week. I didn't trade yesterday. Had renovations that I had to do. But hopefully what we're seeing here, this price has just fallen slightly below my entry level, is hopefully just like a little zigzag kind of maneuver. And hopefully we get that move back up. So that's the trade setup, guys. Small little trade to start off my trading week, which is on a Tuesday.
Nice.
Not a Monday.
Nice.
And let's see how it goes. Yeah. So that's me on gold. Do you guys want to maybe show what you got on your side?
Sure. Yeah, I can. If you like, I can
maybe
kind of show the gold
trade of yours, Tiger.
Yeah, absolutely.
Besides,
besides what? Oh,
luckily we're both on the right side.
Yeah, exactly. I basically bought off of this 15-minute demand down here. Bought it about an hour before my quiet market session. I just really liked this area. Had a really nice couple expanded range candles coming out of that zone, out of that basing action. With some pretty good building volume at that point. Went nice and high, jumped up and raised over the four-arm horse, closed above it. So I like that. And let's see here. So when I got in on this trade,
excuse me.
Really, actually, I might go over to my GUI trades real quick. Show it on here just so I can show what the volume looks like. The GUI trades.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, I've got
right.
Really, I've got, as far as the opposing supply, the best one I found was way up here. So I'll just try to trail this thing. I mean, obviously, we all know gold's been going sideways for, 3.5 months? Something like that. So I'm not going to try pushing this thing too hard to go too high until it finally breaks out of this pouring range. Yeah, so going down to the smaller time frame, 15-minute demand. So, but yeah, just going down to the 1-minute time frame to show what the activity was once it hit that zone. I mean, it was just beautiful volume. I always say, you guys probably get tired of me saying, I need a reversal pattern with a volume spike. Well, this is what I mean.
Right.
This is exactly what I mean, is to have those volume candles, at least 2, but preferably 3x the more recent ones, exactly like this case here. I mean, just a lot of, whether it's institutional volume or big whale traders or whoever,
so
right?
It picked up quite a lot after hitting that zone, right?
Yeah. So when I see volume like this, what I call unusual volume, then all I need to see is just a couple 3 candles of that. Then I'll just jump right in. I'm not as focused on the whole reversal candle, meaning like the bullish engulfing, because a lot of times when I see volume like that, it runs off and leaves me. All right, it just creates a much less risk reward. So, let's just go look at that. So on a 15-minute, you guys hear me say 15-minute a lot. Well, this was a 15-minute demand itself. So, 15-minute bullish engulfing candle was clear up here by the time I closed, right? So I'd basically be break even right now, or slightly even in the negative. Well, if I use the 5-minute candle, 5-minute bullish engulfing or, strong candle, I'd be buying, up in this area somewhere just upon the break of this red candle, that last red candle down. So, it just takes away a lot of the risk reward, the reward, I should say. So it just shortens the risk reward. So yeah, here's the thing. I saw that on that first couple candles drop in. It was unusual volume, so I just jumped in as quick as I could. Heck, I would have gotten in on this candle had I gotten there on time, but I still got in on this second green candle coming out. Or no, I guess it was the third candle. That's right. So yeah, I still got in a little bit higher, but I mean that's as close to my proximal line of the demand zone as it gets. Wasn't too far away. And then of course, as far as the
cool.
Yeah, and then it just spiked hard there for that first 15, 20 minutes before balancing out, going kind of sideways, and then I put a stop loss below this low point down here. So I didn't really want to put it directly under the zone itself. I wanted, anytime I see a point like this nearby, I'll just put it under there. It's just wiser and safer. You might as well. I mean, it's not that many extra pips to include, and it was not it wasn't the widest range of a zone as to begin with. So I just decided to add the stop loss below that recent point just to kind of give it a little more wiggle room. But yeah, it's just since 7 p.m. my time last night, it's just made perfect higher highs, higher lows, and then it's just kind of going sideways right now. So yeah, I'm gonna let that run. As far as
slowly creeping up there.
Yeah, as far as take profit goes, I mean, I want to give it some room to run. So I think I didn't really see anything too strong up here. This is obviously a topping action before the rollover, but I didn't really see any zones taking out other zones, meaning a supply zone taking out a demand zone. It was just kind of a slow grind down. So I don't really give that too much of a threat level as far as, my price coming in reversing. I have a take profit there for the moment, but my more interesting area as far as, hey, you better make sure you have your stop loss, lock in profits is really going to be up here, kind of on this 30-minute supply here. Again, good volume on that exit candle coming out, and it just dropped through nicely, right? Just trying to look at it from the other side of the trade. So kind of took out a couple lows, nothing too major, but it was a good expanded range candle. So, yeah, I definitely want to be careful of that supply zone there as far as taking profits. So I'm just going to kind of wait. I mean, it's already gotten to a 2-to-1, 2.5-to-1, but I'm just going to go ahead and let it run a little bit more. I feel pretty confident about this one because it is the second. Let it be. It is the second most bullish asset I have. Silver is number one, score of +8. Gold is a +7. So we're going to let that run. I mean, I actually think I might have I updated my, let me see here. Yeah, there we go. So here's my current top setups right here. So that's basically what I'm keeping my closest eye on right now. There, I'm trying to get everything there. So silver and gold, +8, +7.
Good one.
Nikkei and the euro. So the euro dollar is still, just like yesterday morning, still the only bullish currency pair I have. Everything else is 4s and 3s, so pretty close. And then euro pound, the one that I was going long on a week and a half ago, it's now a negative. I think it became negative as of Friday, but -5 there.
And the naughty child made the negative list, -7.
That's right. Yeah, I was just going to say, our problem child at -7, and then obviously the dollar Swiss dollar. Yeah, it's on there. I mean, shoot, let's take a look at oil real quick, because I actually had a.
Hey, Christian. Sorry, Tiger. Yes, we're playing to Christian now. They stopped cutting the trees last week Friday. And then yesterday, they were still busy, picking up stumps and stuff, but they were huge trees. So I felt really sorry about that, but I suppose progress is
out of your control.
Continue. But,
out of your control, right?
Done with that. Well, no, touch wood.
Yeah, speaking of the problem child, I'm probably going to ignore this alert I have right here on a 30-minute, and I'll explain why in a second. So yeah, I've got these couple basing candles up here before that gap down, which is obviously a very strong. I honestly look at those gaps, whether it's a gap down on a supply, potential supply, or a gap up on a potential demand. I look at those as even stronger than just a perfect looking basing action. Especially on market opens, Sunday market opens for, well, Michael and I over here in North America,
Right.
Central America. So, but it gapped down right into that higher time frame, that daily demand zone, as you see that yellow box below. So, yeah, the only possible way I get into this trade is if I have like a, obviously 3x, 4x volume coming out of that. Maybe that 1 or 2 minute candle. I'll probably look at something like a 2 minute candle, to be honest, 2 minute or 3 minute, because that is just about as narrow and skinny as it gets, right? So it's almost not even worth looking at. But
Yeah.
I do like the gap. Didn't really have the greatest
Very
volume,
skinny.
so that would. So I'm probably 95% chance I'm going to ignore that completely. But I just thought I'd leave it there because, as always, if I see a zone that looks strong, whether I take the trade or not, I still like to watch, see what happens if and when price hits it, just to get an idea of the reaction. Always trying to stack that knowledge in the back of my mind for future times I might see that pattern.
Right.
So get rid of some old news
We got a
here,
little
but yeah,
bit of all going there, guys. With the dollar flexing again, what's next for the dollar index? Breaking higher.
Dixie.
Is there going to be a pullback incoming, sideways grind, or dollar always surprises? I'll have a look at the dollar index actually a bit later. Still on that long range chart of mine.
A little bit of a challenge this time, gents. Figuring out the dollar because it's literally excuse me, it's literally split right down the middle when you're looking at the economic surprises. Let me copy this over real quick. I'm just going to move up to the Dixie. So here's your U.S. up-to-date economic data map. What did we have last week? Well, we had the retail sales. That was a bearish number for both the dollar and stocks. They missed their expectation by 0.1% on their retail sales. Mixed data on the CPI, as it always is. Lower inflation, which is obviously good for our pocketbooks, good for stocks, but negative for the dollar. We did have a bullish number on the PPI. Again, yellow is within the last 7 days. Just a quick visual of that, but yeah, PPI, same thing, only opposite. Definitely an increase on the inflation side of things for the PPI report. So obviously that's good for the dollar, bearish for stocks. And then we had the jobless claims come out, good for both. So obviously let's see here. I need to look at that again because I feel like there's something wrong with the color coding. Forecast 228 jobs. Oh, jobless claims. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of NFP. So yeah, obviously 4,000 less jobless claims. So yeah, that's bullish for both. So yeah, you're looking at the dollar. You had 1 bullish, 2 bullish, and then you had 2 bearish. So split down the middle, 50-50, and that's why our economic calendar,
Bit of a mixed bag,
giving us a 50%, and then the stock comes to the U.S. stock market itself, it's about a 42%. Excuse me, get that frog out of the throat. So yeah, that's just kind of a little bit. That's 50-50. You toss your coin, toss a coin, decide
say which way we're going,
which direction. I mean, looking. Yeah. Oh, and then here I also had the COT report. Right, Richard, you weren't here yesterday. I couldn't get it up, but yeah, just to refresh real quick on that S&P, they did sell about 3.5%, added 3.5% more shorts. So that was the big loser. The Nikkei, which is on my top setups page, was the biggest winner, 9.82% increase on their longs. So that's really the 2 main indices I'm keeping an eye out. Of course, I'm just like you guys. probably almost never going to short the S&P, but if there was, right now would probably be close to one of those times because S&P, I think, was in the negative. Let me see here. Let me refresh this. Refresh my setups page real quick on the other screen. It got a little hung up. There we go. Like, what is going on with this? Very bullish. All right, we'll just do this. Indices. Yeah, S&P is a -4. So that's the lowest I've seen an index, the U.S. index.
One away.
And, yeah, minus, exactly. The FTSE is a -1. The NASDAQ is a 0. The Dow is a 1. And then the yeah, that's it. DAX is a 3, so it's still neutral. Nikkei is the only actionable index I'm looking at, again, which is a 6. So take a quick look at the Nikkei over here. So yeah, I've got let's see, daily, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15-minute. Yeah, about the best thing I could come up with at the moment, because I looked through the smaller time zones, time frames on this little area here. It's nothing more than a little bit of a chop area, but really the best looking demand zone I had. I mean, it painted one here, right? But again, those candles weren't even strong enough to pierce through this supply up here. So before it turned around and reversed. So going to give pretty much no interest in this area here. But yeah, this area down here, it's kind of, this is what I mean when I say I like to see supply and demand zones out on an island by themselves. You look to the left and there's nothing immediately next. You have to go back a ways. Again, we're looking on a 15-minute time frame, but yeah, essentially what I did on this was looked at it. I started with a 30-minute time frame, and this is something I pointed out last night. I wanted to point out again. Now, what you don't see on this demand zone is any red candles, right? But it's still a basing action because you got that little doji, you got this candle beside that, not really a doji, but it's, or you can call it a fat doji, but either way, it's still basing. You know, if I turn
Body shaming the candles, man.
Yeah, low, you gotta. Well, it is what it is. So I still counted that as a base, and then obviously when you go to the 15-minute, time frame, it looks a little different. So I just essentially added those two candles together, that red and that red. So I just kind of added those together, made a zone out of that, right? And then I just put the top of the line to the, not the distal line, but to the top of the real body of the candle, of that negative candle. So yeah, I just kind of threw together a zone out of that, but I liked it because it's kind of out on its own. Dislike the fact that there's not any real volume. So again, this is going to be a similar case to the one I mentioned earlier. Just a spot where I just want to see if there's any reaction at all. Most likely won't trade it, but again, I'm always trying to store knowledge in my head, memorize patterns, right? See if that has any type of reaction. Okay, maybe I'll give that a little more credence in the future if I see a similar setup. So, but yeah, as it stands, I probably don't really have anything at the moment. The closest actionable setup I have is going to be possibly down here in this area on a 4-hour time frame, okay. 42,400. Obviously, I can nitpick this one as well. I've got 7 basing candles. That is kind of too many. Not really the great volume at all coming out. I guess let's drill down on a smaller time frame real quick. What have I got here? And I don't really like that basing action either. On an hour, 30 minutes. And I don't really care for that. Let's go to 15 minutes. I mean, the one thing I like is that the candle before, right before the exit candle has got the full range of the zone. So I do like that. But yeah, I don't know. The more I see this, the more I'm falling out of love with it. I didn't really drill down to the smaller time frames. Yeah, you got the basing candle down here on a 5-minute. But then when it shot up, it hesitated and it wicked on both ends of those next two candles. So that shows a little hesitation to me. Pretty good volume, though, on those expanded range candles coming out. I'll still keep an eye on it. I mean, I got the alert set. I just want to see what happens if and when price hits that area. But definitely low on my level of importance.
Cool.
So, yeah, I guess the quickest way to say this is I really have a play on the Nikkei. I need it to form some new highs.
I believe it's time to step into your newsroom.
Oh, wow. Holy cow. That's already 3:30. Yeah.
Time's passing flying. Good stuff. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick news break. Well, not a news break. Coach Tiger will bring you the news in a few minutes or so, and we'll be back with live charts and hopefully some trading soon afterwards. Over to you, Tiger.
All righty. Well, good morning, traders. Welcome back to Forex Fire. Today is Tuesday morning here in the U.S., about 3:30 a.m. Central Time, August 20th. Good morning to you over in Europe, and good afternoon in Asia as well. So welcome back to Forex Fire, your fast-paced source for the latest market moves. Let's break down Tuesday's action and what's coming up next. So just a quick market snapshot. Quiet start. We do have some key data ahead. Financial markets opened subdued this Tuesday after a slow Monday session. As we were talking about on stream, a little bit of sideways action on a lot of these pairs. With traders bracing for U.S. housing data and Canadian inflation due out later today. I think 15 minutes after our stream ends at 8:38 in Central. So again, that'll be for the Canadian inflation. The U.S. dollar index, the Dixie, is holding steady near the 98 handle, following a modest gain yesterday, while Wall Street futures dipped 0.2%, signaling cautious sentiment. Geopolitics remain in focus after President Trump and Ukrainian President Zelensky discussed security guarantees for Ukraine, with Zelensky confirming readiness for talks with Russian President Putin. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also added that Washington will collaborate with allies to solidify these guarantees, keeping that risk appetite in check. So just looking at some currency moves, Aussie dollar did kind of shrug off some data. New Zealand dollar awaits the RBNZ, that's the Royal Bank of New Zealand data. The Australian dollar, US dollar currency pair failed to capitalize on a jump in Westpac consumer confidence, which surged 5.7% in August, its highest since February of 2022. The pair hovered below the 0.65 level as traders weighed whether the RBA will deliver more easing. Over in New Zealand, quarterly producer price index rose just 0.6%, missing the forecast, keeping the New Zealand dollar, US dollar flat near the 0.593 level. All eyes now turn to the RBNZ meeting early Wednesday, where a 25 basis point cut is widely expected. Looking over at the loonie and the euro, so inflation is in focus. The dollar, the U.S. dollar Canada dollar pair held near the 1.38 level ahead of Canada's July CPI release, which is forecast to dip to the 1.7%, and that's from 1.9%. So a softer print could revive the Bank of Canada rate cut bets, pressuring the loonie, of course. Meanwhile, the euro USD pair rebounded to a 1.168 level, and that's after a dip to the 1.164 level. But gains were limited as traders awaited ECB President Lagarde's speech Wednesday for clues on future rate moves. Sterling and yen. So this is a little bit of a technical tug of war. The British pound US dollar pair recovered to the 1.352 level after briefly slipping below the 1.35 level. With traders cautiously positioning ahead of UK inflation data tomorrow, a hotter than expected CPI could delay the Bank of England easing, offering the pound some support. The US dollar Japanese yen pair edged lower to the 147.7 level, struggling to extend Monday's gains amid mixed BOJ, Bank of Japan, Fed policy divergence signals. Japan's trade balance data early Wednesday may inject some volatility into that as well. Looking over commodities. So the gold stalls, oil steady rather. Sorry. Gold XAU USD pair. It did trade sideways below the $3,350 per troy ounce level, caught between Fed cut hopes and geopolitical optimism. With the FOMC minutes and Jackson Hole coming up ahead, bullion traders remain on standby. Oil prices held steady with WTI near the $62.20 level per barrel as potential Russia-Ukraine peace talks offset lingering demand concerns. So just some key takeaways for today. And that'll be the The U.S. housing data, once again, that'll be coming up at 8:30 New York time. Let's see here. We got and as far as the Canada data, the CPI data, it looks like, the CPI month over month is expected a 0.2% higher number than previous. Median is the same as last period. Trend is the same. And then common CPI is 0.1% higher. So, hey, if all that plays out perfectly, then we could potentially see a little bit of a Canada dollar bump. Otherwise, we do, again, as mentioned, we do have the New Zealand cash rate decision coming down at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So that's New York time. Again, that's a 25 basis point drop with a following press conference about an hour later. So that's the main items on tap today. 1 a.m. Wednesday morning will be the CPI year-over-year data for the British pound. So that's a little bit about that. Obviously, we do have the geopolitical watch. Once again, any updates on the Putin-Zelensky talks obviously may sway risks. So definitely keep an eye on the geopolitical stories of the day, of the week, right, with all these meetings. But just a final thought, with light liquidity early this week, prepare for potential volatility around data releases and central bank chatter. The dollar's momentum hinges on housing figures while commodities eye geopolitics. So that's your quick fire update. Stay locked in for live analysis on today's Forex Fire stream. And definitely remember to smash that like button, subscribe for real-time trade setups. So let's make today count. Back to you, Jackie. All right.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Thanks, Tiger.
All right. Yeah, you bet.
In depth as usual. Well read. Nice looking studio. Keeping it clean.
Yeah, running from my living room to my studio. All right, with no huffing and puffing.
Nice.
That shows I'm fit.
No huffing and puffing.
All right.
Michael, are you there? I think Michael's breaking up a little bit.
It sounds like he's rapping.
Sweet.
He's rapping.
A little bit of.
Wrapping his lips.
Oh, there you go. You're back to normal now, it looks like.
There we go.
I
Oh,
think.
Don't know if Michael's ever
Oh,
back
okay.
to normal.
you guys hear me okay?
It was just about 10
Yeah,
seconds of.
Withdrawal
Okay.
symptoms from the weekend.
The agave's coming out. All right. Let's see here.
Good stuff. Good
I'm
stuff.
gonna answer that.
See, Christian
again?
is saying,
Oh, never mind. I was looking at the YouTube. Never mind. I was looking at the wrong video.
Christian is saying Mike EJ did us dirty yesterday. He deserved a slap. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm in. EJ is. We get my screen pulled up here. EJ is just tripping. This thing is literally in the same spot that it was from
Is
yesterday.
it tripping balls?
Just extra hard. Extra.
What is the matter? My scroll button is not working right. Not on my
Get my
mouse.
screen pulled up here.
Software. Major, minor.
Is your mouse giving you issues again, Tyler? What's going on there?
No, it's not the mouse. It's my software. But it's good.
Mhm.
It's good now. I figured out a way around it. I was just trying to look at what EJ was
Back in,
giving
if we
me.
can get my screen pulled up here, that'd be great. Just want to show this EJ setup, and then just a few other things I'm kind of looking at. See what's going on here.
What's going on? Oh, I need to add this.
Yes. Christian, where'd you have your stop at yesterday on EJ? I'm curious to know.
Here we go.
No, my screen. That's not my
Well,
screen.
that's
Tigers. That's all right.
Okay, here we go. All right, so
Let's see.
cool. All right, so this I was looking at yesterday. So we got this 5,200 cross, obviously, so we know we are in level 2. And then we had this huge half a back structure off this 200, right? We had this first leg that went all the way down, came up. Second leg was nowhere near the first leg, right? So that's how we know it's a half a back. And waiting for this close, which happened. I didn't take this. I wouldn't take that move. However, let's lock this and then erase that. The next move is supposed to be the bounce off the 50, right? So we had this move here to kind of come up, and we had it bounce off the 50. I was expecting to just run up there. And if you guys see, that did not happen. It just this thing kind of just whoops. This thing kind of just did its own thing.
Testing you.
Yes, and it's still doing it right now. Like, are you serious? I literally couldn't believe. I'm to the point now. It's like, dude, just stop me out or let me go. Like, one of the two needs to happen. This is crazy that this thing is still sitting right here after literally in a few hours. It's gonna be a day sitting in the same spot. Right. So
Well,
damn.
it was crazy.
nope.
Yeah. And then, as you can see, this thing came super, super close. That's why I want to ask Christian where his stop was. My stop loss was exactly where yours was. Setup looked good, but I guess fundamentals about war keeps markets in limbo. Also feel like markets are tipping over. Feels like recession and pullback coming. Hey, you could be right. You could be right. Yeah, probably want to be around this 7,200 level, right? Right around there. But yeah, I don't even know what to say about this. I won't be holding this any longer than today. That I do know for sure. As I mentioned all the time, you guys know I don't even like to swing trade. And somehow I still end up swinging this one because it was a EJ pair.
I was going to ask.
I mean, yeah, I don't like doing it. I'll do it if one of the pairs is a Asia, right? Like the yen.
Gotcha.
So seeing that was Asia.
The TP
pair,
needs to be smacked in 3 hours.
Yeah.
Exactly, damn
it. You reckon all these things? You
reckon get out of it,
assets?
And then it's going to go your way. Watch it. That's how it normally works.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you reckon? Yep. You reckon all these assets were going sideways just because of the Trump, Zelensky, and European leader meet up yesterday?
Yeah.
Essentially?
It has to be something. It has to be something
like that.
To be totally honest, I'm actually surprised. Like that, this is still in the same exact spot.
Yeah, people trying to still read the tea leaves and
crude oil. You look at gold; they're all like not really moving proper, right?
Right,
sideways, ranging type of conditions. Yeah, Christian, probably not ideal. Might have one of those weeks again where it's just like hurry up and wait. It's like I'm in that trade in gold.
Military,
it's like not going anywhere.
Military style. Hurry up and wait.
Yep. And even in this exact area, right? It's just this is the area here again. But damn, are you going to sit here after that? This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is actually crazy.
Yeah.
We still have, even on the 4-hour chart, right? The market, everything about this is still nice. We got price It's still above the 13 EMA, right? So I got in this trade on this one, on this candle. So it's still been sitting above the 13 EMA the entire time. It's just not doing anything. And this is ugly. Look how this is just sitting in this same exact spot on the 4-hour chart.
Yeah.
Just ugly.
Yeah, for what it's worth.
I don't even know what to say about EJ.
For what it's worth, I mean, my software is showing EJ with a -2, so neutral, but slightly bearish. I think that's maybe possibly fighting the technicals a little bit.
Yeah, there's something going on.
Oh.
This thing is
because all
not acting right.
looks like it's being.
So that's
either that or the PMI data could be. I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of. But
right.
People are still trying to evaluate everything.
Yeah, something's going on. Hopefully, it just stops. Other than that, I was looking at, I want to say 2 more GC. Yeah, GC, I got my alert on this one. Hopefully this one acts right. This one may or may not set up, I'm not sure. But as you guys always know, same pattern I draw it 1,000,001 times. This is that.
Look like we're spacing out again there, Michael.
Yeah. Yeah, SpaceX satellites. When was the last time you heard about Elon as well? It's like I was wondering about that the other day.
No,
yeah, it's a little bit breaking up. Yeah, it's been a minute. So.
I forgot it existed until I popped onto my X this morning.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Somebody generated. Yeah, you're good now at the moment.
Yeah.
Just seems like
You're coming back.
Pop off 10, 15 seconds at a time. A couple of different times now. But yeah.
So yeah, just looking at this GBP CAD here. Let's see. See M structure at the top here. Not really a perfect M, but kind of ugly to be honest. Right. Actually, it's probably something more along these lines. All right. I'm just looking for this to pull back to this 50 EMA, which it has, and then drop on down. The only thing that's wrong with this, in my opinion, is this might be a little short by the time it sets up. Something like this. Right?
Reward.
If this keeps going up. Yeah. Okay. So it looks like it's barely making it, but this may or may not work out. It's just, so close. It's kind of hard to tell.
So
but that would be the move.
R&R.
Right. Right.
That just basically turned into a ugly head and shoulders. A little bit of a head and shoulders. Is that right, Coach?
Yes. Yep. So not the best either, to be totally honest. So just kind of see what this one has in store for us. And then the last one I was looking at was this GN. GN looks pretty close too. It's pretty similar, but this one looks better. Right? This one's a lot cleaner. We can clearly see this M structure. Got the rundown, the pullback, and the drop. Right? Same exact scenario. So I would be interested in this one too, if it can act right. Right? These things have been acting right this week, it's seeming like.
Yeah. They gotta act right.
Yeah, same thing here. And if this keeps going up, this R to R is going to be off too. So I don't know. I really don't know. This is definitely a patience testing week, to say the least. Well, I don't even know what else to say.
Yeah, fair. That's fair.
And the crazy part about it is today's only Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, funny feeling it's going to be like that. till end week.
Jackson Hole at the end of the week. Fed chair
When
speech.
is this a meeting with Trump and the European leaders and Zelensky and everyone? Is it like a multi-day thing, or was it just
I think it's just a one-day thing. I was looking at the Trump schedule on the Financial Juice, and it looks like today he's signing a congressional bill in the Oval Office. Yeah, that's the only thing they have listed. Just he's signing a congressional bill, and then Press Secretary Leavitt will be giving a presser at 1 o'clock. That's the only items on the list for the day. That's not till 1 o'clock for the whatever he's signing. Again, I don't know if that's Central or Eastern time because it doesn't really say the difference. No, they all went home.
We didn't really get any sort of like definitive, I don't know, result, did we? It's like, are they going to halt the war in Ukraine or what's going on?
Yeah, it seems like you got half. Well, like President Trump said, he ended, just using his words, he ended 6 wars without any ceasefires. They just went straight to that. But yeah, I heard 2 or 3 of them. I think it was the Euro leader, obviously Zelensky, and then I think it was the Italian prime minister directly mentioned ceasefire. We should go for a ceasefire, but it sounded like President Trump is definitely. It sounds like he's open now to the security guarantees, which is what every other one of the leaders around the table were asking for. So I don't think that's something we've really heard from President Trump up till this point. So it sounds like they may have, as a group, kind of talked him into that. So, just because that's what it seemed like. Zelensky was quite happy to hear that. So, but yeah, he definitely had more energy at the end of the meeting than the start, talking about Zelensky. So I feel like he got a little bit more of what he wanted as far as the security guarantees. So they're putting a plan together for that in the Eurozone. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw something that said something about Zelensky not wanting to give up some of the land to Russia, and he said it was impossible or something like that. So it seemed a little bit, I don't know. I couldn't say what was happening with that.
It's quite a big chunk of it, too. It's Eastern Donetsk and then Luhansk, which is basically the east side of their country. It's like 30% of their overall territory. So I could understand why that would be a big hiccup. But yeah, as far as all the other smaller items, it seems like they've got everything else pretty well squared away. They're just trying to figure that part out, giving away 2 of their essentially provinces or states or however you want to look at it. 1.5, I should say. So yeah, it's quite a bit of territory. So we'll see.
Right.
We shall see. We'll let them figure it out.
To be honest. 30%.
Yeah. Yeah, it's about 30%. Map of area.
Yeah. Cool. Well, yeah, that's pretty much all I'm looking at as far as the pairs. I don't really see too much action at all, guys. Liking anything. Was this NAS 100 move yesterday was
losing them again.
Yeah,
we might have to reset.
I'm really with the dude.
Might have to reset it.
Right, maybe popping over to my screen.
Yeah.
I'll just quickly take over there. So again, in that gold trade, price is kind of just hovering around my entry level, which is right where price is right now, about 3338. Still hoping for another move upwards, but as you can clearly see, sideways movement. Not really liking the inability to continue higher. The sideways movement is obviously not good for my position. I like some more momentum, generally which we get in gold during most of these sessions. Quite often find that if things are quiet like this during the morning sessions, that they tend to, obviously Murphy's Law, wake up a little bit as we finish the session. So hopefully I'm still on the right side of this. But again, we'll see. Long gold, again, not doing a swing trade as you are, Tiger, just trying to get a move. There's not much to ask, so keep going gold to around about 3343. Right, I could also perhaps look at something else while we're waiting for Michael. Let's have a look at WTI. Obviously, crude oil. What's really cool here is how well price has been respecting these market geometry lines. Like, really, really well. I just want to get rid of that quickly. And I don't know if you guys actually follow the little chart tips and stuff that I post on Discord. I do that on a daily basis for as best as I can. Sometimes I might miss it, but for those that are watching, I do post some tips on Discord sometimes. Whatever market, tickles my fancy. WTI, I just found really, really interesting. I've drawn this downward sloping channel. Maybe I should just make this lines a little bit bigger. Let's make it a weighted 2. And I should be on a 1
You
hour.
put that,
I believe that was the time frame I was using. And
Richard, do you put that in the lounge section, or which section do you put those in? You're on the Discord.
I believe it's trading. It's called Trading Tips, if I'm not mistaken.
Trading.
It should be in the
resources.
Sorry,
trading what?
I think it might be under resources. Trading Tips.
Tips. Oh, trading tips.
Yeah.
Resources.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
you're
it's
looking for it
traders.
now.
Oh, trading tips. Oh, okay. I got you.
Trading Tips. There we go.
There it is.
Gotcha.
Yep.
I can't remember which time frame I was using here, but I did actually draw the this channel quite some time ago, and I think it was before this instance here. And this is again on crude oil, WTI. Price tagged that upper channel line and came down, tagged the lower channel line almost perfectly, tagged the upper channel line again, and now we're moving lower. So it's been ping-ponging around this downward sloping channel really, really well. So, and that is quite useful because we obviously don't know how long this might continue. Is crude oil going to break outside the boundaries of this channel at some stage? Most certainly. But for the time being, it is still useful to potentially set targets, sort of like formulate ideas where price might be moving towards, again, where resistance support might step in, that sort of thing. Right, so pretty crazy. Bounce higher, decline again. Since the channel is sloping downwards, price has been making lower lows, lower highs. The trend is obviously down, right? At least on this time frame. So price has now entered. You see this green box here, which is a fair value gap that occurred here yesterday, actually. And it's now pulling back into it. I don't think I'll lend too much support on this fair value gap. Well, what I'm trying to say is I don't think it's really going to hold. Reason being is that we got this dashed center channel line over here. So it might be that price is heading towards that line, which is around about 61.71. Price being currently around 61.91. Again, depending on which CFD broker you're following. So that might be an intraday target. Price might be heading towards. But if we do get a break below there and let's say close on a 1 hour or 4 hour below that channel line, then we'll be looking again for the lower channel line as a potential target. I'll actually spend a little bit of time, I think probably today or tomorrow before our next session, and get some higher time frame analysis going again. But if you've been following my top analysis for some time, you've probably noticed that I've got no bloody clue what WTI is doing. It's just really difficult to figure out. Price structure wise, is it declining in a wedge, or is it stuck in a larger correction, or whatever the case might be? But trying to create some sort of framework, which I normally do, as you've probably seen previously, like a little bit of Elliott wave analysis, cycle analysis, whatever the case might be. But just to know what crude is really doing in the bigger picture, it's quite messy. So the naughty child continues to be rather naughty, and I suppose that is what it is, right? Yeah. I see you back, Michael. All good now?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Sounds
Way better.
good.
Way better.
So,
all right.
weirdly enough,
you want to
actually,
yeah.
I got an entirely new internet service. So I actually have 2 internets now, and I was on the other one. So maybe that's what it was.
I see.
Well, now I got Starlink.
What's the new one? Is it like a fiber line or something?
It is. It is. It's actually fiber. It's called Telmex here. So we got Telmex and we got Starlink.
Okay.
There's supposed to be a way that I'm supposed to be able to blend them together, kind of super strong signal or something. So I'll try to figure that out here. But yeah.
Oh, you should like that, because I have Google Fiber, and it works great.
Oh, yeah. I used to have that when I lived in Midtown. I loved it.
Well, I think Chicago and Kansas City, if that's where you're talking about. Are you talking about Chicago?
No, I'm in Atlanta.
Oh, they had it down there? Okay. Well, originally Kansas City was the first market that they even introduced Google Fiber to. I think we had it here as a test for like the first couple of years or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Before it ever went nationwide. Yeah. So we were the guinea pigs, and I guess it worked. So that's why it moved to the other.
It worked out great.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully it works for you. But I mean, there will always be some issues. You can't really get around that. So all good.
For sure.
Moses,
for sure. There's one more thing that I can do is I need to go to the actual Telmex store now and get this little circle extender thing. It's supposed to make the signal stronger. I'm going to put it right here on my desk.
No.
Oh yeah, you can get an extender. I've been through that whole rigmarole. What you should maybe also try to look into is, rather than the extender, is get a mesh system. MES.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Rather than an extender, there's apparently a difference. Don't ask me exactly what the difference is, but the mesh for your whole household is way better than just one extender. So it creates a mesh, in your entire house. So the signal is pretty much, equally strong everywhere. So that seems to work really well in our house. And it's an older house, lots of like corners, long hallways, lots of, bricks and concrete. So it works really well. I think you'll be cool with that for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, same here. This house is mainly concrete. They make the houses like pretty sturdy for like hurricanes and things, obviously. Yeah. Like we can't even nail stuff in the wall too much because it's just ridiculously strong.
It's weird. It's like South Africa's the same. We build with brick and mortar and concrete, so we don't have any wooden houses. So,
right.
But then again, you have to drill into the wall, put a plug in it with a screw.
Yeah.
Christian was saying allegedly they should meet on Friday again if Trump and Putin comes to agreement via phone call today, and meeting between Putin, Zelensky, and Trump. Oh wow! So all three of them in a room. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Michael,
I'll pass it back to you pretty soon. I just want to go over the dollar index here while I still have it open, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go right ahead.
maybe to some of the new viewers that's not seen this chart here, I've drawn 3 different market geometry, or used 3 different market geometry tools, should I say, or drawings, probably a better word. We got a channel sloping downwards, and that channel was very simply determined by using this low in April to this low in July, and extended to that high on, when was Monday, the 12th of May. Okay, and then when we had this pullback in the beginning of August, it touched that upper channel line, right? You probably see that I draw this with the blue pitchforks quite a lot, my shift pitchforks. Shift pitchforks work really well, especially if you get zigzags, which is one of your more common type of correction, corrective structures, typically labeled A, B, and C. I'm not saying it was an ABC, but it certainly looked like it was. So we have this upper red warning line of a shift pitchfork that price also reached. And then I just drew this white line in here because I don't want to clutter the chart too much. It's already rather cluttered. But if I were to change this to a original, you'll see that's also the upper median line of the original or Alan Andrews pitchfork setting. So we've got 3 different angles, 3 different market geometry drawings, all crossing right there where price moved in, and we had a very strong rejection back lower. Also, there was a big fair value gap that formed, and this is why I'm probably looking at, should I look at the daily rather? Yeah, there we go. I was using the daily to draw all of this. That price pulled into, and it got rejected. It nearly reached that upper median line again, finally made it below the low center median line, and it's now sort of riding this downward sloping channel line, or the center channel line. So if price were to move back upwards, I would see resistance coming around about 98.55, which is again the center median line of that pitchfork. However, should we see a decline further, support potentially could step in around 97.57. Let me just make that a lighter color. Something like that. There we go. Which is just the slow median line over here. So obviously the trend in the dollar index has been rather bearish prior to this instance at the beginning of the month when we've seen that strong rejection. So I'm still assuming that what we're seeing here was an ABC or a single, and that price is now gearing up to potentially make it back below where this assumed zigzag started, around about 96.41. Just drop a line in there. Get my magnet mode on. Let's make this one yellow so again it stands out a bit better. There we go. So 96.37. Right, might not be smooth sailing getting there, but that's just the nature of all markets. But assuming this was just an ABC, it looks like a clean cut ABC. Might be doing something like this, eventually breaking that low. Who knows if it will actually go lower from here right away or at a later stage without taking out this high again, but only time will tell. One thing that's rather interesting about zigzags is, since they are the more common corrective structures, let's say in a downtrend, you get a zigzag, obviously bouncing up, then you get a continuation lower, right? Then you'll assume that price will obviously take out that low from where the correction started from. However, because it is the most common corrective structure, a single zigzag can easily morph into a double zigzag. Something like that, right? So basically, 2 zigzags, A, B, C, A, B, C, that's conjoined by what we call a WX wave. The whole thing is called a WXY structure. You would never know when a single zigzag will morph into a double zigzag, right? So for me, it's just safer to assume always dealing with the more common one. And let's say price now fails to break to new lows and we get a very strong push upwards again, then I'll know that, the second most common one, if a single zigzag fails, is a double zigzag. And then I'll be dealing with that analysis, right? So if price fails to break below this, then maybe something like that. But that's not on the table just yet, but it is always in the back of my mind, trying to think a step forward, into the future. But just looking at the beautiful market geometry that we've had there, the confluence of different angles all across that exact spot where price pulled into, and then that strong rejection lower, I'm assuming that it was just a zigzag, right? Some potentially further weakness on the dollar index. So that's the analysis from my side, guys. Again, gold is still not doing anything.
No, nothing is doing anything right about now.
Nothing is doing nada. So again, I think we'll just have to, get used to each other's voices here, from especially the guys watching this channel. Things are but quite quiet, so it does suck when it's a little bit like that. So we are all in trades, actually. You can probably see there on the top of your screen if you're watching this feed for the first time. So we have all taken trades, but things are just slowly moving, and not too much sparks flying as yet. So maybe, Michael, you want to take things over again, show us what you've got, what you're looking at, or else I can, look at something else. But I think I've mostly covered the markets that's of interest on my side at the moment.
Yeah. What's your entry point on gold? Sounds like they're asking for you to. But yeah, guys, also I see it's about 20 people here. As Rich just mentioned, not too much action. So you guys got any pairs you want us to look at? Any markups or anything at all, please let us know so we can go through them.
So with no sleep narrator, my entry point's pretty much there, right where price is right now, like literally. I've got to stop a little bit below here somewhere. All right, so not a great risk-reward rate. I'm trying to see if price can tag that upper or center median line of this pitchfork that I've got in my chart at the moment. See, it's fallen short of it a few times. But since I entered, the price has just started running sideways. Now, hopefully this is all just corrective. Maybe it is some sort of a triangle. Who knows what it is. But Tiger is in a bit of a more longer-term swing trade where I'm just hoping for a little trade back up here to the upside. So like a day trade cover.
Narrator. My entry was 33.29, but that was last night. So yeah, it's definitely going to be a day or two trade. Couple days, most likely. We'll see.
Well, let's see. Hopefully.
Moses, good morning. Good
morning, Michael.
Yep. Well, cool. We can get it on over to my screen. I can go through all the pairs, kind of see what everything looks like here. That'll give us a little bit of oomph. Cool. If I start messing up again, guys, just let me know. I'm not sure exactly. I don't know when it happened.
Oh, you said you switched over, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, but I just want to make sure nothing. Yeah, I'm actually on here now, so just in case, just let me know.
Sounds good.
Because you guys know when I do the deep dive, I'm all in it, so I probably wouldn't even notice.
No. So I just want to quickly answer the no sleep narrator. Yeah, he's asking, how do you decide when to cash out? So either when my target's been hit or towards, let's say, nothing happens for the remainder of the day, continues sideways, I've not been stopped out as of yet. There's no momentum, that might be a sign of weakness in itself, then I might just, pull the trade. Again, it wasn't a large position that I've taken. It was more like trying to get into like a scalp type of vibe for at least, I was hoping for a few minutes, but that didn't happen. So it all depends. But if it's not going to do its thing, then it might be worth looking elsewhere for a different setup, different markets, whatever the case might be.
Right.
All right.
Sweet.
But even if I
well,
take a
cool.
loss in that trade, I mean, it's like a fraction of my trading account,
Right.
so I'm not worried at all. Yeah. Okay, sorry, Michael. There you go.
No, you're totally fine. Yeah, it's definitely a interesting market. We got Moses saying the 33.41 resistance is keeping gold on the downside. Yeah, let's see. I wonder if that's exactly for me where the 800 is. Let's see. That level for me would be 33.46. Yep, nearly the exact thing. So 5 pips away. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
And this is what I
341
mean.
was also the Asia high. So, maybe take out Asia high, expect all breakout traders, or breakout traders expecting that. Yeah. I
Yeah,
got
the
in after a
33.41.
pullback. But
The
let's see. Hopefully, it's
the
not a
33
situation where was it
the
3341?
33.41 makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense because if you look to the left on like either a 15-minute or a 10-minute time frame, it's buttoned up into a
Yeah.
supply zone. So that's I knew it was going to react some way, shape, or form, but so far that if you're looking at that just as a zone, it hasn't pushed price down below any other extreme points. In fact, it's butted into it three times now. So
Right.
that's slowly taking out those unfilled orders. So I felt pretty good about it. Just plowing through it eventually. Potential orders, right?
Cool.
Let's see.
Just let it chew
Nice.
away.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to kind of get back to this. I put this together the other day. I thought it was pretty cool. Forgot who it was exactly who was saying like, so what exactly are you looking for? Like, great question. I can type this on out, but so I'll say this, right? I used to say only look for. I said at first only have like 5 setups. No, I'm sorry, 6. I used to say only have 6 setups, but I decided to break some of these up because technically they are different, right? Like I used to have number 4, 5, and 6, which is the M&W, half a bat, and the head and shoulders. I used to have them in the same category, which they're in the same category, but technically they're separate trades, right? So I actually decided to break them up and give them their own exact tag in my journaling as well. And literally, guys, I did this yesterday. Like just yesterday, I did this. So instead of me grouping them together and saying, hey, they're all 3 the same, I'm saying, hey, you know what? They are different. They do have different characteristics. So I do want to have deeper data in essence, right? Like I have data on the 3 collectively,
Gotcha.
but now I want to dig even deeper and break those up, right? Similarly to, if you look at number 2 and number 7, they're both the money trade, but there's a level 1 money trade and then there's a level 2 money trade. So again, I want to dig even deeper with the data and say, hey, which is one better than the other? Are they treated the same? What's the hit rate on this one versus the hit rate on that one? So in essence, I've broken those two up in addition to the other 3. So now I have 8, basically 8 different setups that I'm kind of looking for. Although a lot of them are the same, they're slightly different, right? So with that being said, it's the same exact thing. I'm still trading level 1 and level 2, right? Peak low, I'm staying away from, and obviously the peak high, I'm staying away from as well, right? So again, here where it'd be level 1, the master or money trade, that would be what's happening basically on, let's say, GN, right? That's why I have this tag that says master, right? The master trade is always this one right here. After the peak high has been set in, it's the very first time that price runs the 1350 crosses, that is. So let's do this here too. The 13 and the 50 EMA will cross. 50 cross. I know I'm in level 1, right? Once this happens, I'm looking for that master trade, which is the exact trade that this would be. Exactly to the T. It's the same pattern, this trade right here, that very first time, right? And in this particular setup, price runs after the 1350 crosses and it pulls back to the 50, and then the target is the 200, right? So just how this diagram is set up. Now, the level 1 trade looks a bit different. I think I've seen an example on, let's see. I'm going to try to find it. I wouldn't take this, so I didn't really look at it, but let me see if I can find it. Where were you? Oh, here it is here. All right, so this is something similar, and let me erase this because this is from last week, but something kind of similar. Now, this is a bit ugly, but the point is this is still the bounce trade, right? So we have this, yeah, because we don't have a second leg. That's what makes it ugly. Right, but you would expect price to run up, break this level here, right? Run up, bounce off this area and run, right? Now, this would be considered the L1 money trade, right? So this isn't the master trade. Why? Because as you can see, it looks totally different. Price isn't the 1350 cross, yes, but it touches and it's also bouncing off the 200. So that's what makes the difference between, and I'm kind of jumping around here, so if I lose anybody, let me know.
So would that not, just before I forget, would that not qualify or be defined as a half a bat? The one you just turned off of?
Yeah, so it would, but I'm not really looking for that move. I'm looking for the move that precedes it. Well, that comes after. So, right, I wouldn't take this ugly W. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for this move right here.
Got it.
Right.
Got it.
But yeah, to answer your question, yes, this is a half a bat. Let's say if I drew it out like, this, right? You got the first leg, the second leg comes nowhere near the first. And what does it do? It closes right here. Boom. That's the move right there. If you were to take that long, right? Me, I wouldn't take that one. I would just much rather wait for the bounce and then take that one long. I wouldn't try to catch this move because I'm expecting them to come back to this area here, right? Right here.
Yeah.
I want them to come right back around the area and bounce off the area and then run up, which is basically what it's kind of doing now.
Michael,
right,
I broke the trademark rules last night on the quiet markets. Copyright strike. I mentioned the half a bat to Coach Paul because he was pointing out.
Oh no!
Like, yeah. So I say that jokingly, but yeah, he was pointing out that so essentially we're in the bottom of your half bats of the second leg. You know, you go back to the previous point, the previous bottom, and then back clear to the top. He calls those the H's, the H pattern, right? The hell pattern is what he says because he gets tripped up a lot of times. Like I think he was trading. So last night he was trying to let me see. He was trying to sell it down. He was trying to sell the market is what he was doing. Like at the bottom of the half a bat leg, so at the bottom of the second leg. I said, well, that's a half a bat. I said, that's a half a bat. Michael trades that, and it usually goes back, and looks to get in the trade after it, raises against the middle of the W, the back. So
he probably thought you were going crazy.
Yeah, but he was saying that he gets tripped up. They get tripped up a lot. He just says he doesn't like that pattern, the H pattern. I said, well, that's a half a bat. So I thought that was cool.
And so
use Michael's lingo on that.
Right. No, that's funny. So, right, I'll be honest, that trips up a lot of people. And just think about this, guys. Why do you think I have two separate names for it? M and W and half a bat.
Yeah.
Because I used to get tripped up all the time, too. these are two separate patterns. This is a W, right? As we all know, the W's, they come the same distance. This typically for the W is what I would call, this is 7 to 10 pips difference, right? The first leg and the second leg will be 7 to 10 pip difference. Automatically, that's to me qualified as a W. And obviously, same thing around for the M, right? But the half of bats, when they look like this, right? And it kind of comes like that. This little part right here, how it does that, this is more than 7 to 10 pips. I don't know, what is it? Plus greater than sign? What is that? Greater than
45-degree angle? Almost.
Where is that on this?
It would be.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, the crocodile to the right. That'd be the other way. Yeah. Crocodile wants a bigger number than 10. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this will throw you off, and the reason this will throw you off is because a lot of traders will take this as right here, and boom, this is a good time to get in, right? Like you can get in right there. Right. That makes total sense. But, and this is the huge but, on the half of bats, you cannot do that. This has to break above this piece right here, and then you can take this. Because otherwise, this thing could literally do something like this. And let me separate this again. But this could end up doing something like this. It'll come down, it'll do this. And if you don't wait for this break above, it could easily do something like this, come back, make the real W, and then run. And you got stopped out. That's why you got to wait for it to break. What I call that apex or that nadir. You got to wait for it to break above this point right here. That's why you will never see me take. Yeah, it has to break above.
Yeah, I'm glad you. I'm sorry. I'm glad you pointed that out because on your W on the left there, yeah. So you're saying the circle is where you're typically taking your entries. Is that what you're saying on that?
Yep.
So you're not even. So you're not even waiting for the middle part. You're going in a little earlier. So so that makes sense. I was thinking you were going in at the crest of the middle of the W, but you're just going in after it kind of curls around that second time.
Yep. The right side of the W, as I always say.
Yeah, I got you.
This is the right
okay, so early on. Okay. That makes more sense. That makes sense. Yeah,
if you think about it, on this first one, you don't have to wait for that. This doesn't matter at this point. This is a But on the half of bat, you have to wait for this break above this part.
Yeah, because you don't know if it's going to give you that sort of double bottom type of vibes.
Yep. They can throw whatever they want at you, right? So, that extra piece of confirmation is this break above this part. This is why you guys will always see me wait for this. Always.
Okay.
So this used to jam me up all the time.
So to me, that's exactly because I was watching for that because when I got in the gold trade last night, I started, talking on air about that trade setup and my thoughts. As that was happening, silver hit a zone at the very same time. So it pretty much, that's pretty much what I was waiting for was either the W or the half a bat. And it's currently, if you look at it on a 15-minute time frame, if you looked at silver, then you would see it's broken that middle line, XAGUSD. So assuming your TDI was correct, and that would match your definition, right? Just break the middle of the
100%
or the
100%. And I'll give you even more context, right? We have this, which is long all the way down here. We have the close above the 13. We have this right here, and we have this run up right here. As soon as this green candle closed above this little area here, this was good to go to the long side. Now, I'm not saying I would take this, to be honest, because there's more context into it, but I mean strictly.
Right, I just meant just the price action is all I was talking about.
Just from the pattern itself, right?
Yep, just the pattern itself.
Yeah.
Right? So
No, that's
absolutely.
great. I'm not.
And then also,
Yeah.
in addition to this, right, what you also have, and this is why I love the TDI, you have outside the band, and then you have inside the band, right? So you actually have almost everything on a pattern basis that I would look for my half a band pattern.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I wanted to take that. I was wanting to take the break of that middle part, but it had gotten so far away from my zone that's something I'm going to mess around with just in my own, personal study, is working with that W, that half bat coming out of my zones. Just trying to get it. I mean, it does pretty well. I mean, we're just taking it straight off the bounces. Obviously, getting that reversal works pretty well. The V, as you call it, right? Because at the end of the day, I'm relying on the unfilled orders. But like that one, I missed it because it went up before I had a chance to see it. So that was kind of my secondary game. Was let's wait for a half a bat or wait for a W and look to enter it after that at that point. So that was just something I just thought I'd get out of my head to see what it sounded like. But it's a good way to jump into a trade if I miss the initial burst. Yeah,
for sure.
So sounds like you understand it, Tiger.
Imagine this pattern in the correct part of the cycle, right? Like that's what really gives it that extra oomph, right? So let me reshare this. Remember, there's a third part too.
Yeah, and not only that,
right?
Not only that, real quick, not only that, but after it gets that bounce from my zone, I don't have to necessarily put the stop loss underneath the entire zone. I mean, I can always put it under that lowest point, or even that under the half a bat. Yeah. So okay, I was just working things out verbally in my head. So no, that's cool. Yeah. You gave me an extra odds enhancer, or you gave me a second chance into the same trade. I'm already learning. Good stuff.
That's what it's about, right? And then so when I break those up, right? Because again, there's really three of them. You got the M and W, that half a bat is what we mentioned. And we all know the head and shoulders pattern. That's a bit different. But if you look at the head and shoulders pattern, right, it's the same thing as the half a bat. It's just no left shoulder. It's just the head and the right shoulder. So it's the same thing. On the head and shoulders pattern, you want to wait for that same close below or above that same little area to get that real confirmation of the direction.
Ooh, chat. I'm excited. I learned something from my own strategy.
Yeah, by the way, anyone in the chat that would like to ask anything about this, any questions, let us know. I mean, that's what Michael's here for. We do enjoy the segment that he goes through. It's very educational, really good strategy. It's been, standing the test of time. So if you're interested, you don't know what the hell's going on, just ask.
Right. And it's never ending, because that right there is a perfect example. I've been trading now for almost 12 years. So there's always something to learn to enhance your own strategy. So yeah, I mean, it takes me 12 years. It took me 12 years to find a secondary bounce, a secondary way of getting into a supply or a demand zone bounce. You missed the initial trade. And, historically, Michael, I've tended to chase that trade up, from the V, right? The right side of the V. It went up high thinking, it's proven itself. Well, now get that little retracement back, whether it's a half a bat or a W. Get on the other side of it. Give it a second chance.
And throw a bit of volume in there, then Bob's your uncle. So.
Yeah.
Give him my volume.
And that's awesome. Question here from Tanaka, Peter, Zul, Coach Richard. How do you draw the geometric lines? I can definitely have a look at that for you in a while. Let's just wait for Coach Michael to do his thing there. I can give you some basic techniques, very, very easy stuff. It is a bit of a what do you call it? The words escape my mind. Subjective type of analysis technique, but if you stick to some basic rules of thumbs, then you'll have a good I would say technique that you could use using market geometry. But we'll definitely go over that in just a while. So please do stay tuned.
Nice. and it's nice. Well, yeah. So what I was getting at was just kind of breaking these three up, right? Because how we just had a deep dive on half of bats and M and W's, how they're different. Head and shoulders are different. I'm still looking for these same 4, 5, and 6, which is the same three patterns, to happen in level 2 off this 200 EMA, right? That's the in its essence is what I'm looking for, right? And then after that, the next move in the cycle, because again, at the end of the day, this is all I'm doing is following this cycle, right? With the break and retest and the pattern off the correct level, right? After that, what happened would be the L2 money trade, which is basically what we're trying to take on EJ, right? EJ is the exact example of what that will look like, right? So we have, we have the, oh, look at it. It's finally starting to move a little bit. Look at that. Okay. So we got the 52.
Right. Speak it into existence.
Right. Yes, like come on now. We've been sitting here for way too long. So yeah, once again the L2, and then just how we've been going over. We got the after that 5200 cross. I'm looking for some type of pattern off this 200 level, which is that half a bat structure. Right, needs to close above here, which this exact candle did. From here was good to go. On the TDI, we had outside the band. This was inside the band. The next move is that bounce off of this 50. Although it's giving us some drama right now, you know, it's kind of not going directly, but yeah, this is. I want to see something like this.
Turning into a contraction.
Still bouncing off this. Yeah, this thing is doing something weird. All right, but something off this level right here. All right.
It's taking a 24-hour nap.
Yeah, right. And after this move, I'm done. Right, because this will end up, let's say if it does continue to go up, now we're talking about level 3s because it's going to break this area here. And I'm not interested in this level. This is where we get that chop coming in at. And then it finally breaks back down and kind of goes back to the downside. Right. But I just want to take this last move into this area going to the top. Right. Just like this pattern. Or this diagram, right? And of course, as I always say, they're not going to throw this exactly because everybody will get that. So they can't do that. But this is one of the, what I would say, maybe 5 variations of the theme, maybe 6, right? But just being able to identify where you are in the cycle, I always say this is the most important part. Because without that, you literally don't even know where you are. So you can't know where you're going. But yeah, that's the whole kit and caboodle here is what I'm kind of really checking out. Master trade, and the cool thing about this is actually in order, right? Like I'm looking for that master trade first, and then that level 1 money trade. The combo trade will happen in level 1 as well, right? Which is actually 2 trades in one. It's the same thing as the money trade, except price will actually touch the 200, just like EJ is doing actually. So again, if we go back to EJ, man, I'm gonna delete all of this. There's way too many drawings on here. All right, but just how EJ is doing, typically this is just a bounce. And if you can look here, you got this one little wick right here that kind of went and touched this 200 EMA. Just as one little piece. But typically we're just looking for the bounce or the move to happen off of this 50 EMA. The only thing that transfers this move into a combo trade versus a regular money trade for me is this little piece right here. The fact that wick touched that 200. Otherwise, this will be a regular money trade, a regular level 2 money trade. But this is the combo. Right? But yeah, after that, of course, as I mentioned, you got that wherever that would be, whether it's the MRW off the 200, whether that is a half a bat off the 200 that we went over, or whether that is that head and shoulders pattern off the 200. I don't really care. As long as it throws one of these patterns and the TDI makes sense as well, I'm all over it, right?
Mhm.
And then, of course, we have the level 2 money trade, which is almost EJ, except, again, EJ is the combo trade because it touched the 200. And then lastly is the ID50. The ID50 is the only trade that I take where I execute it off the 15-minute chart. And weirdly enough, let's see if I can find one. It's the same exact setup as the money trade, except it happens on a 15-minute chart, right? So if I were to do something like, nope, that wouldn't be it. Let me see if I can find one really quick. Yeah, these occur, but I actually don't like to go so close to the action like this. I'd rather be a little bit further away. Okay, so here's a great example. Here's actually a good example. I'm going to delete this. Yeah, let me delete that and delete this. All right, so here's a great example. This is the same exact pattern that you guys see me draw all the time, except on the 15-minute chart. Right, runs down. We got this 1350 cross. All right, so we know, whoops, 1350 has crossed. So we know in level 1. Right, and then we're looking for some type of bounce off of this 50 EMA, which is right here. Price runs down, it comes back to touch this 50, and it drops. This is the same move that I do all the time, right? Except the only difference is it's on the 15-minute chart. So this is not a money trade. This is a ID50. So same exact thing, just a smaller time frame. And yeah, that is literally all my setups, guys. Like, I'm looking for the same thing every day, same levels, same 30 pairs.
All day, every day.
Yeah. Nothing changes. I don't think you guys have ever heard me say anything different. Actually.
No,
Right. It's always the same thing.
very consistent, which is the point.
Yeah.
Be consistent and be boring.
Yep,
I mean,
yep,
that's the point. Boring.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's not about the action, right?
I think you guys
all
see
about-
maybe Coach Troy's Know Your Coach video. He says this. He says the exact thing
Yeah.
we're talking about right now. Right?
Yeah.
Taking the same boring trade every day. Like, that's actually what it's about.
Exactly. And rinse and repeat.
Right? Bella.
If you're chasing action, then
Go to a
the
casino.
market's going to
You
give
gotta
you
go to the
some
casino.
action.
Yeah. Me and Tiger said the same thing at the same time.
Yeah. That's so
It's going
true.
to give you account balance, some negative action.
I live 10 minutes, not even 10 minutes from a casino, and I don't even think I've set foot in there in 10 years. Yeah. I can't control it. I can control pulling a handle or pushing a bet button or whatever. That's it. I can't control it. So I don't know. It's fun to go see all this fun, sparkly lights and things from time to time. A few bucks you would just want to go and fiddle around with. But yeah, I don't like going there all the time. I got friends of mine that go in there every time they get paid, come out. I mean, once in a while they'll win big, but most of the time they come out of there $500 less, $1,000 less at times.
Yeah.
So it's like, what's the point? You can't control it.
I'll
Can't
be
control
honest,
trading
if-
either.
when I used
Hear
to-
about it.
Well,
Not the losses.
probabilities, right?
Yeah, when I used to live in Fort Lauderdale, they have a huge Hard Rock. Actually, Fort Lauderdale has a lot of casinos, like maybe 8 or 9. But there's a huge one. It's the Hard Rock Casino, and it's actually really cool, guys. It's the shape of like a huge guitar. They got these huge lights that shoot up in the sky. I'll see if I can show a picture in a second, but beautiful casino. Like, this casino they made They spent billions on this casino.
Where was
I
this
think
in
I might have mentioned
Vegas?
this before.
Sorry, I missed that now.
No, this is in Fort Lauderdale,
Fort
Florida.
Lauderdale.
Oh, all right. Gotcha.
But huge casino. They always got celebrities in there. I think I told you guys Floyd Mayweather in there. I seen Allen Iverson in there.
Oh yeah.
Let me see. But yeah, I'll go in there. I'll play. I'll be honest. I play baccarat pretty well, so that's the only game I play. And everyone's like, "Let's play blackjack. Let's play roulette." I'm like, I am not playing that game. If I'm gonna play any game, it's gonna be baccarat.
All right.
Yeah,
Never
I know.
played that.
The chance of you winning.
I've tried before playing tables, and I just can't do it at all.
Yeah, I don't have the patience to sit there. It's not like patience in trading. Like I don't know. I just don't think I have the patience to sit there. In trading,
You're
we
saying
can
we
stand
should
up
bring
and
up
walk
a
away
fun
from our
trading account. I suppose that's what you mean, right? This week, maybe. Michael's got a
Michael's
fun
fun
account, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Or his more risk account, risk averse account.
His degenerate gambler account.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And yeah, no
Okay,
sleep
Bakken,
narrator. I'm from
put this to you.
I'm in Cape Town currently.
Like this is
He's
what it
pretty
looks
smart.
like at night. This is
Oh,
this is
wow.
a
Oh, wow.
hotel. Yeah, this is a hotel.
Oh, that is nice.
They made it's a huge.
Oh, wow.
guitar. And if you look at these, you can see the strings of the guitar are like lights, and they just shoot all the way in the sky, like beams in the sky.
It almost looks
Beautiful.
like AI, but it's real, right? Cheapers.
Yeah, this is real.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a real. Those are
Yeah.
hotel rooms. Like
Nice.
gorgeous,
That is
gorgeous hotel.
Yeah, with those lights
Yeah, super
shining up,
cool.
looking like the guitar strings. That's great.
Guys,
Probably super
at night it
expensive
looks
as well.
amazing. Yeah,
But that took a pretty penny to build.
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
billions.
Yeah.
Millions.
Billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and
Let
billions.
me see.
Right, guys, we've got about 13 minutes left before we reach the midway of our session. So please, guys, if you've got any questions, let us know in the chat there. Let your friends, family, uncles, aunts, whoever
By
you
the
know
way,
might be
it looks
interested.
like, yeah.
Join us, guys. It is
and
a
it
bit
looks
of a
like we're
quiet
live
day.
on X now.
We're
live on X now.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a new development. Always great to see.
Yeah.
And
I think that started
Yeah.
yesterday.
maybe you can follow us from there if you want.
No.
I'm not on X
Moving up
too
in the
often, but do have it pulled up on the side here.
Yep. Yeah, I just went to
Yeah,
Sure.
so it said it took
Myself.
$2.4 billion to build that casino. $2.4 billion.
2.4. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Insane.
Golly.
Yeah.
That's
But is
But
that
it's
just
more
the
than
casino,
400.
or is that just the building, or you got all, like the water park and everything around it as well?
So a lot of that already was there, funny enough. It was literally just to build that guitar like that, like the actual hotel part of it.
oh wow. Okay.
Most of the stuff was already there.
Whoa.
But if any
It's rather
state
pricey.
in the United States to me had the money to do it, it's going to be Florida or California or maybe New York. So I'm not even surprised.
Guys, we got a question here from No Sleep Narrator. If you guys were to meet, would it be South Africa, Mexico, or the US? I would love the guys to come and visit South Africa in Cape Town. It's really beautiful here, but in summer, definitely. But I've been to the US before. I would like to actually go to Mexico. So Michael did
Yeah.
promise
Yeah, me too.
us that he's got the pool ready, some tequila ready, and some free accommodation. So I can't say no to that.
Yes.
He's just,
Yeah.
going to sort out my visas and stuff for me with his contacts that he has. Then I'll be all
Yep.
over it.
Yeah, we'll definitely have
Moses says
Japan.
he's streaming from South Africa, but Pretoria from that's Swane. Yeah, Moses, well, welcome. Please join us more
nice.
often. But yeah,
Nice.
I'll
Good
definitely
deal.
love to go to Mexico. Never been.
Richard,
Beautiful.
Coach Richard, tell us what's up. Tell us about Lesotho. Is that like a what's that? What's that? It It's like a landlocked country, right?
Yeah.
What
So we got
what is-
Lesotho. That is, it's a country on its own, pretty much, but it's not very big. So you got a tribal tribe. They wear these hats, like almost like Mexican type looking hats, if you will, but it's not Mexican. Sorry, I have to
Yeah.
zoom in my camera there. But yeah, it's landlocked, so it's really weird. We got the Transkei as well, as far as I know, which is another landlocked one within South Africa. So, but they're different countries. You don't need like visas or anything. There's no real border control like you would have between the US and Mexico, for example. But a very small, very small. Now Lesotho is rather hilly, if I'm not mistaken. There's a lot of like mountainous sort of villages around there. But yeah, that's
okay.
Lesotho for you. I've only driven through
Yeah.
there like probably a few times, but and got out obviously, but not really like slept over or anything like that.
Yeah.
A lot of cattle stopped walking the roads.
Yeah.
Strays,
always thought it was
dogs running
interesting.
around.
Being landlocked straight inside of one country like that, I always thought, wonder what that was about.
Right.
I mean, here in the U.S., it feels like a federal district, like Washington D.C. or Distrito Federal
Yeah.
in Mexico.
It's probably
Like, just kinda-
probably a tribal thing, I would say.
Its
The
own.
reason
I get
behind it. It's like
That makes sense. Kind of like a reserve.
Right.
yeah, it's
Like
kind
we're
of-
here, we have Indian
Yeah.
reserves. Something
Mhm.
similar.
Yeah, I
similar
won't
concept,
call
I
it a reserve. More like a complete country on its own.
Yeah. Well, that's
Definitely
true.
not a reserve. That's for sure. Yeah.
I got you. Yeah, that was probably the wrong choice of words. That was just where my brain went. But
Cool.
oh, cool.
So hopefully that
Oh,
answered
sweet.
your guys' questions. Mexico, it's going to be.
Mexico for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it ever get? Does it get cold there where you are, Michael? At all?
Y'all, I would say you all's cold. No, it might get in the winter. It might get 80 degrees, so much cooler, but cold. No, I don't own one coat.
Yeah.
I don't have a heavy coat. I got like a jacket, but yeah, and
Yeah.
I hardly ever wear jean pants. Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah.
get cold.
Gotcha.
Our fall. Yeah, I mean, obviously here in Kansas, it gets way hotter and it gets way colder. But when it comes to our falls, like September, early October, that's really the best time around Kansas where I'm at. As far
There
as
we go.
you know,
Kansas. We had a question there for you, Tiger. Where you from? So you just answered that.
Kansas. Yeah, I'm in Kansas City, so I'm on the Kansas
Kansas.
side, not the Missouri side. Most people don't realize Kansas City is in Kansas and Missouri. It's half in one state, half in the other. But no, I live on the Kansas side.
Oh, that I did not know.
Southwest.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm 5 minutes south of Kansas City, Kansas, so just on the Kansas side. But yeah, no, our falls get really nice here because we get all the leaves and different colored forests and everything. It gets really nice right before it gets stupid cold, like towards the end of November, obviously December, January.
Gotcha.
But no, that's my girlfriend. She's every day counting down. Can't wait till fall. I can't wait till fall because it's the best time to wear a jacket and go out to a bonfire and grab your bubblies, drink your bubblies.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's the best time to have friends around. It's just nothing but play some music. Love it. So that would be the time I would suggest if you guys ever came to the U.S. would be a fall, during the fall or spring even. Just before it gets too hot, or just before it gets
Cape Town winter.
I would definitely want to go to South Africa. In my opinion, I would definitely want to check that out. And first, that would be first on my list. If we did go to the States, I would want to. Preferably, I would want it to be in Vegas or Miami. Them like the only two states I would care to go.
Okay.
Well, I would
Nice.
travel. I'd be happy.
I'll join you. I'll join you there as well, Michael. But what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right?
Exactly. Vegas is lit. I love that place. Like we had every time I've ever
Yeah,
gone, it's been a blast. Like I'm talking about some super, super good times. They got all the excursions there. I mean,
Never been again.
it's just amazing. Yeah, it's an amazing
quite
place.
honestly. Yeah, quite honestly, Michael, I don't know about you, but I actually prefer Fremont Street more so than the Strip. I mean, the
So that's
Strip is what
exactly what I'm
everybody
referring to.
worldwide knows. Yeah, Fremont
Yep.
Street. It's just so much.
So we did
I don't know.
we did the zip line right over Fremont Street all the way down Fremont.
Yeah. Oh man.
Went to the magic
No,
shows.
I like that.
Um, Kayaked in the Colorado River. I mean, there's so much stuff to do.
Oh,
in
I would
Vegas.
love to
So
go
much.
and see those shows.
The magic shows, yeah,
Well,
amazing.
Everything's just bigger in the States.
Yeah. Well, Fremont's the
Bro.
original downtown, I believe. But yeah, they built the Strip thereafter, and that's what everybody worldwide knows. But no, all the locals they hang out at Fremont Street because it's just more original. And I agree.
It's
Haven't
lit.
been there quite a few times myself.
Lit.
It's lit. Even if you're on the Strip, it's lit. They're all lit. It's all lit.
Oh, the dome. We got Nev on board in the chat there. He says the dome.
Oh,
that
the
thing's
dome,
pretty crazy. I don't know if
Yeah.
have you been in there, Michael? Or Ty?
So I haven't been since they made that. Actually, I've never been there, been inside of it. I only
Oh,
seen it
the
on
Raiders?
The dome.
No, but I
that
did-
big
yeah.
round thing.
They got
I
the
think,
huge
was it
AI,
U2
like,
that,
movie.
U2 that had like residency there for a while? Yeah.
Yep. A lot of people
Yeah,
get residency
I don't know.
there too.
Yeah.
Yep.
How have I not heard
And
of it?
It kinda
Tanaka
sounds like-
saying streaming from Gaborone, Botswana. Botswanian. Yeah, I've got a friend that does a lot of business in Gaborone.
Oh, I see the dome
And
now.
I would love the US, but the USA is no longer processing visas here, so Mexico would be great. Yeah, I'll agree. I would definitely love to go to Mexico. Yeah.
Damn,
Yes.
that dome looks nice.
Yep. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
They got a lot of
YouTube is
stuff going on.
offline. Oh, YouTube it offline. Sorry, it's crazy. I know it is crazy. That big eye that looks around, like plane flies over, like winks at you, that sort of thing. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I just saw that. That is the creepiest dang thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. Right. Oh, we got also the results from the poll. Thanks for participating. 32% of you guys said that expecting a break high in the dollar index, but that a pullback is incoming, 28%, and more sideways grind, 21%, and the dollar always surprises, 17%. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we'll definitely
answered
never.
sideways.
That's on my bucket list. I would love to take my kids there to go and see the dome. That's for sure. Maybe go hit it with Michael and Tiger someday.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
I got family there. My cousins live there. We're actually gonna go probably, and she's having a baby, so we'll probably go in the next few months. Actually, I'll send you guys some pics from Fremont Street.
Nice. Nice.
Nev says Inside's even better. The YouTube concert, or went to the YouTube. Yeah, U2 is one of my favorite all time.
Yeah.
I love.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of karaoke songs
Watched
with
a lot of
YouTube
YouTube
songs.
videos with them there.
Yep.
Yeah.
He said it's settled. Trader
Good
meet
stuff.
up in Mexico. Win. Absolutely. All you guys need to do, I'm telling you, you have one goal, right? One task, and that is to get to the Cancun airport. That is it. Yours truly will set everything else up.
Michael
I'll take you in.
Michael still has to help Richard and I get our passports, and then we'll be good. Now I've already spent $300. Mine's hung up, so I've already spent the money, but it just got hung up in the processing. That's what I'm trying to get mine worked out. Never have.
So you gotta go
it's
to
going
one
to
of
take me a
those.
while to sort that out. But
Yeah.
I'll definitely
Yeah,
let Michael
we gotta
up with
get
the
it.
contacts he's got. And by the way, guys, everyone in the chat, we're going to be taking a break in about a minute's time for about 15 minutes, and then we'll be back. Also, in the chat currently, we have our Discord link. So if you haven't joined that yet, we've got a great great Discord community. Please do join that. If you've got any questions that you want to ask our support team or whatever about anything, then you can hook them up there in the Discord as well. But all our coaches are on there as well, posting regularly. So please do go join if you haven't joined already. So we're going to take a break in just a second or so. I just want to quickly say to, who was it that asked about the market geometry? Was it Tanaka? Please do stick around. I will definitely, after the break, make some time to get to that and just explain some of the basics for you. Anyway, from our side, we'll be back in 15 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick break. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys.
Hi, I'm Daryl, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. Join me as I unwind after a long day of trading and coaching. So, like I was describing, I like to get out on the trails, take a break from trading, kind of relax my mind, get some fresh air, get some sunshine. It's not bad that I have a number of trails right in my backyard. This one's about a 3-mile trail, and just over that hill right there is the Pacific Ocean. Sometimes I'll take a drive through the canyons and unwind my mind, but oftentimes grab the dog, come up here on a trail, just sit here, and it's beautiful, you know, beautiful out here. Every trader sees the market differently, and if you've been trading for a number of years and haven't had much success, instead of continuing to learn and research and add more, I would suggest maybe trying to unlearn some of the bad habits and removing some things that hold you back. Oftentimes, being simple in the markets is best, and it's only until we can remove and take away the things that we keep repeating that cause us the errors and the mistakes. Once we remove that, we can start to move forward, build some structure, and get profitable. I find that successful traders trade within themselves. They know their boundaries, they know what they're good at, they know what they're not good at. Just kind of finally forged away and had the discipline to stick with it. It's not trading the markets that's the key. It's truly trading ourselves. And once we can do that, then we can find success. Anyway, it's been nice to get to share a little bit about what I do in my off time and how I unwind from the markets. I look forward to seeing you on our Hola Prime TV channels, live streaming every day. And here's to your success. Thank you.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm James. I'm one of your coaches at Hola Prime. I've been trading for about 30 years. Can you believe it? Seems like an awfully long time. But in that time, I've learned a lot about trading the financial markets, and I've learned the best way to trade the markets. By dawn, I chase waves, chase stocks, and sometimes chase my own sanity. Trading, like surfing, is all about timing. Wait too long and you miss the move, and jump in too early and you just wipe out. If you're a new trader and you're struggling with your trading, I think you've come to the right place. I'm really looking forward to meeting you and helping you with your trading. I'm approaching a stop street now, and I'm going to have to stop. Emergency brake if there's traffic coming. And that's one of the things you've got to learn in trading, as well as how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got the license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, my name's Lara, psychologist, performance coach, and for the past few years, trader, a journey that's taught me as much about myself as it has about the markets. My philosophy in life generally is that once we know ourselves, truly know ourselves, the whole world opens up to us. And nowhere is that more true than in trading. Outside of trading, I love to travel, exercise, and spend time in nature. Nature has an incredible ability to reset our minds and bodies, and that's an edge in itself when you return to the markets. Patience, persistence, the willingness to do the work every single day, this is the foundation of success in trading and in life. Most traders think success is all about strategy and setups, but actually it's about mindset and discipline. Trading success is about mastering your mind. For those new to this journey, I always recommend 2 books. One Good Trade and Trading in the Zone. They will teach you the mindset and discipline required to thrive in this business. As Roosevelt said, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. And as we know, the markets are never smooth. Every loss, every challenge, it's an opportunity to lean in and grow stronger. That's a little insight into me and how I approach trading and performance coaching. I really hope to see you on a session soon. And remember, once we know ourselves, the whole world opens up. So let's trade with that mindset.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning, but every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am, not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Paul, trading coach at Hola Prime, and this is a peek behind the scenes of who I am beyond the screens. I've been a trader for 6 years now, spanning from agricultural commodities to equity indices. My philosophy in life is to keep things simple, but not simplistic, and to seek clarity, not certainty. In the trading world, these concepts help me embrace a mindset of valuing action over doubt, staying disciplined, evolving with the markets, and maintaining self-awareness. The road to becoming a successful trader is a winding one, but with each twist is an opportunity to reflect and grow. There are no shortcuts in trading, and as a coach, it is my mission to help guide traders down a clearer path to sustainable trading. As a new trader, sometimes the thought of earnings potential can outweigh focus on what truly matters. Long-term success stems from a system of patience, resiliency, and consistency. Two books I highly recommend that profoundly display these qualities are Mind Over Markets and Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. Outside of trading, I love going to the local beaches and golfing. They allow me to clear my head and have some fun too. Golf is a funny parallel to trade. It requires total concentration, adaptability to changing environments, and the majority of the battle is between your ears. You must have a plan to tackle each hole of the course, combined with sound mechanics to execute each shot. Comparably in trading, plans and strategies are important to build and refine, but precise execution matters equally. That's a brief bit about me. I look forward to seeing you in a live trading session soon and expanding our trading horizons together.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours? Hopefully we'll see you for a coaching session soon where we can level up your skills one profitable trade at a time. I'm going to place a trade.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard and I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a game. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which isn't, it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola Prime, my focus is very simple. Helping traders build systems with an edge, cultivating the discipline and focus needed to execute them consistently. You see, guys, the markets doesn't care about you. It will humble you if you let your pride override rules and reward you when you execute your plan without fear or hesitation. As a trader, I like to get outdoors as much as possible. Really try to strike a balance between trading and also leading a healthy lifestyle. Leading a healthy lifestyle for me could be anything. Hiking, I love swimming as well. Today is not really the weather to go and swim, but I will take the dog out for a walk. Really trying to force healthy habits so I can stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress and helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play league darts with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Markets are unpredictable, volatile, complex, but your trading journey doesn't have to be. Hola Prime TV is now live. Every trading day, join top coaches as they break down real-time setups, key levels, live trades across Forex, futures, and crypto. From Tokyo's early momentum, to London's open surge, to New York's high volatility action. We decode every move live. Get sharp analysis, clear strategies, and insights that actually make sense. And yeah, we don't just break down charts. We crack a few smiles too. Only on Hola Prime TV. This is more than content. This is infotainment and beyond.
Yeah.
All right. We are back. We are back. I ate some food really, really fast, and now I've got hiccups. So hopefully that goes away.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to always get told as a kid, take a deep breath, hold it, now blow it at your behind.
Yeah. That will come later, Tiger.
Yeah. I got me some yogurt, some OJ. Had to get a little something myself. We had quite a spike on US 30 just a little bit ago. Quite the spike.
Yeah, price just reached my target, so that's good. Like literally as we started.
Yeah, it was too quick for me. Back in, show my chart real quick. I just wanted to show you guys.
Gold should be looking good.
Something on gold is looking great. Yeah, it definitely gave me a nice spike upward. 123 unrealized at the moment, but as far as my other account, plus 960 at the moment. But yeah, I wanted to show you guys a 1 second chart just to show that spike on US 30. So yeah, back end, if you don't mind, toss over to mine and we'll take a quick peek at that. Show you the move on. Obviously, just a 1 minute chart to begin with is what I was wanting to look at. So, yeah, whenever we get there. Yeah, there we go. So, yeah, 1 minute chart, right? We had, you see the size of the candles leading up to it. We just had that gigantic spike down and then kind of come up retracing. But I thought just for kicks, I thought I'd see what it looked like on a 1 second chart. So I popped over to my other broker. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seconds is all it took to spike that down that fast. I don't have the 1 second chart on any other broker but that one. But I just thought that was interesting. Took 6 seconds for that drop right there. So I thought that was quite interesting to see.
Pretty crazy. But maybe share my chart quickly. I'll just show you that gold trade, guys, and then I'll pass it back to Michael. But Michael, maybe before you do your end of session, going through all of the instruments, then I'll just quickly also just do a little bit of an educational wrap there on the market geometry side of things.
Yeah.
So there was a trade. We waited awfully long for price to actually do its thing, running sideways since I entered, and it's now basically hit that center median line of this pitchfork here. And the reason again why I use this pitchfork is because I could see previously, before I drew this pitchfork, that price was respecting this 50% angled geometry line over here. Once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times. Then we had that bust up higher. There was a 5-wave sequence telling me that we might just get a little correction, and we did. And price moved higher. I actually had my stop a little bit wider, wasn't the best risk-reward ratio. But as soon as price busted up to the upside again, I started trailing my stop aggressively up, but didn't get stopped out on that. But at least price reached my target. So again, just $52 there. Not a bad way to start off the morning. If there's any other trades that's set up, then I'll definitely let you guys know. But watch this thing now explode to the upside. But I suppose the idea was just a scalp, but luckily read the market right, and there you go. Was able to profit from it. Cool.
Money,
Right.
money.
Tiger, Michael, got anything to show on your side?
Yeah. I mean, I do still have a few other alerts I can show real quick, Michael, if you like, before you take us to the
I
promised
actually was
land.
going to show, you can go, and then I was going to show, I actually have a video of us going down Fremont. So after
Please show.
I'll show it. Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
I don't think I can play
Okay, well,
they're
then
cursing, but
yeah. We're all adults here, right? No, I get it.
All
that's
right, I'll
fine.
play the audio.
Well, you saw
Just found
some
it.
of the LOL videos from the futures guys.
Oh, you're right.
Some pretty good
You're right.
Yeah, I just thought I would just blitz through the remaining alerts that I have set at the moment real quick. Because I had already went through silver, gold, Nikkei. We already looked at the euro dollar, I believe. Double check that one more time. Oh, by the way, here's your eyeball.
Oh yeah, that's super cool. The dome in Vegas right there.
Yeah. I have
They
to
can make
Google
that. You
it.
get the funny, like cartoon-looking one as well, like a little man with 2 eyes, like what do you call that round, like emoji that you get. That also looks around and twinkle its eyes and all that sort of stuff. Really cool.
Oh, that's great. And then one other thing I was looking at was because we were talking earlier about Ukraine, and I just wanted to quickly show the map. So this is getting off topic again, but since we talked about it earlier, so this is currently the map. So Russia obviously took Crimea back in 2011, I believe it was, under President Obama. And now they've got the Luhansk region, the Donetsk, and then this Zaporizhia, or however you pronounce that, Zaporizhia, and then the Kherson. So basically, Russia is demanding to keep Luhansk, Donetsk, and then as part of the trade-off, Ukraine is asking for these two back. I believe that's how that's written up. So I just wanted to point that out since we were talking about the 30% map earlier. And then Russia wants one other tiny piece of land up in this area here. It's not colored in here. So yeah, just wanted to give everybody a visual of kind of where we stand at the moment on that. But anyway,
no, that's good.
But yeah, that's basically what the dispute's over. Yeah. But yeah, just getting back to my last hand. Yeah. Let them handle that stuff. We'll just trade we'll trade whatever result they have for us. But yeah, I don't think as far as euro dollar, I don't think anything's changed on this one. I've still been eyeballing this 1.1611 level for quite some time now. Well, for a week, basically. So that was that one. That's I'm going to be careful with it because it has bounced into this 4-hour supply up here. Or no, actually, it's the I think it's a daily. I think I just didn't color it yellow like I need to. That's all right. As always, yellow is my daily, weekly, monthly, higher time frame. Mm-hmm. But yeah, so I'm gonna be kind of careful about that. I'm feeling a little more comfortable taking this trade though, because after price hit that supply, it did come down because it usually always gets a bounce of some way, shape, or form. But then it turned around and returned. And then it came back down and it's trying to return again. So that tells me it might be a little bit safer than I thought to take this 1-hour demand down here. I mean, that was just a beautiful move upward. Great volume coming out. Love everything about that zone. 1, 2 basing candles before the, or in and around the leg in, leg out candles. So that was euro dollar. Real quickly, I'll just go through dollar Japanese yen and dollar Swiss. Dollar Swiss. Yeah, nothing's really changed on this front. I think I drew this on Friday, coming up to this supply here on a 30-minute, 15-minute was really the better picture. That's just some beautiful basing action right there. Nice and tight. I don't have wicks going above, wicks going below. That's a pretty good looking zone right there. It looks like it almost got touched on that wick right there, but it was within a few pipettes, but it did not touch it. So I just love saying the word pipette. It's always a fun word to say.
Right, pipettes.
You learn it in.
Isn't that little squeezy thing in what do you call it?
Like a medicine bottle.
Chemistry.
Yeah.
One of the instruments is a pipette. I think something when you squeeze it, it's got like a glass sort of tube that you suck stuff up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's a pipette.
Yeah.
I might be wrong.
Yeah, we call them nose suckers. Nose suckers here in the U.S., but
nose suckers.
No, yeah, for the little babies and kids. Yeah, I think I'll get a dog or a cat in the future and just name it Pipette. There we go. That's a good idea.
Or that makes sense.
Goldfish or something. I've always wanted to get a beta fish and just name it Mastiff.
Hairy rats, lap dogs, if you want to call it Pipette.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to get the beta though and name it Mastiff. Got to do that for sure.
Right.
Anyway, so dollar Swiss, nothing's changed on that front. Still looking for that supply. Dollar Japanese yen, that's the most bearish one I have. So yeah, I guess really nothing's changed. I thought I was going to have something new to show you guys, but I guess I didn't really. I just mainly wanted to show the show that. Oh gosh, dang it. Show that trade. But yeah, I'm still looking at this 5-minute supply way back here on the dollar Jap, 30 pip range, like that range, like the volume. So we're still quite a ways away from that zone. But I thought there was something else I was wanting to show. Oh, that's right. It was the New Zealand dollar. Michael, I think you and I were talking about this yesterday. So basically, this one is giving me yeah. So this one's giving me a neutral score, but it is just barely on the positive. So it's a +1. Was just trying to see if I could sneak in a trade on this, but it doesn't look like it's going anywhere. Ahead of that rate decision coming out tomorrow. My whole goal on this was just to get into the trade and then see if we could get a turn to the downside. Maybe utilize the fact that we haven't really had a lot of pricing in that I see as soon as that decision comes out that they're dropping the 25 basis points, just look for that quick pop and then just close it out. So just kind of like a super, I got to be on my toes type of trade. So, yeah. But anyway, nothing really has changed on that front. So I guess that was it. I thought I had more to share, but I guess I don't at the moment. Euro pound.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's getting close. So this one's getting kind of close for me here. This 4-hour trade here, trade opportunity. 10 pips away. As always, euro pound is one of the slower moving. It moves about 10 pips. 40 pips per day, ATR. So only about 10 pips away. I think that's my close potential setup. So other than that, yeah, just keeping an eye on my gold trade there, which is looking pretty nice at the moment. So that's all I had at the moment, Michael.
nice.
We can go back to you.
Nice.
Tis nice.
Okay. Sweet. Yeah, I can jump into everything. Back in, we can get my screen shown really quick. I got this video. Let me see. I want to show this video.
Yeah.
And how would I do this? Okay, here it is. Let me reshare this. Share with sound. Okay, cool. All right, guys. This is one of my nights in Vegas. Can y'all see this?
Hey.
Yeah. Vegas, baby.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Let's get it.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
Oh, that's zipline. Okay.
What's it ziplining?
That's at Fremont Street.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you're like flying ziplining.
Yeah. Video on the roof is the best thing ever.
Was that you taking that?
Overall. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody
Wow,
down there with
it's
their
going
beers in
quite
their
fast
hands.
as well.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to add that to my bucket list now. Next time I go.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That is
that's
super
awesome.
cool.
Well, I always thought walking underneath, like, hopefully somebody doesn't puke all over us because they're flying right over you.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Somebody get trashed.
Yeah.
Get pissed drunk and get on there and start puking on their way down. I'm sure that's happened.
Thanks, Michael. That was cool, man.
Yeah.
So I didn't get. Was that you that was screaming like that?
Yeah, that was me.
I mean, not the girl, the man voice.
Yeah, because I talked everybody into doing it. I'm like, let's do it, because they got two of them. One is lower and it's like shorter, and one's higher and longer. So I talked everybody into doing it after some drinks, of course. I'm like, yo, let's do it. Of course. You know what I'm saying? So, and they all was like, yeah, let's do it. So I'm like, all right, y'all ready for this? It's about to be good. So we had a blast. A blast. We was out there for a week. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Super cool.
That is great.
Very cool.
I love it.
Very cool. No, I'll go do it as well one day. Just quickly, Michael, just to everyone in the chat there, we are now also streaming live to our Twitter account, so make sure that you follow the topics over there and share your opinion. There's a link there in the chat box. Please go and share your opinion, guys. Do follow us there. Spread it far and wide to all your friends, colleagues, family, whatever the case might be.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, sweet. Well, yeah, I'll get into it. I will get into the deep dive here. I'll go through all the pairs. You guys pretty much, for the most part, already know like the process of what I'm looking at and how I do it. So I'll just draw one up here. So for me, NAS 100 is just coming out of that peak high. And this is the easiest thing ever because I always see it just like this. As soon as this 1350 crosses, I know I'm no longer in level 3 or peak high, right? I'm in level 1. That's the very first thing that I see when I come and look at this is that cross right there. So I'm no longer in it. I know I'm out of that peak high that I detest, right? I know I'm not in there anymore. Right, so I know I'm in level 1, and I'm looking for that bounce off the 200. I'm sorry, off the 50. However, this is way too close, so I wouldn't take this. Right now, maybe on a riskier setup, a risky move, you could wait for this to break, Put this above and let's see. Yeah, so this is barely a 1-for-1, like just barely. So I wouldn't want to take this. I would just leave it alone. I will wait for the next setup, right, which would be 50 and 200 crossing. So I know I'll be in level 2 at this point. I'll just put L2 here. All right, then I'll just wait for price to come down, give me that extra off the 200, and then go short. I will be much more interested in this move.
Okay.
Much more. Right, so I'm not really interested in NAS 100. I actually don't want to short it at all. I'd much rather turn around and go the other way for me to buy it, because you guys know how this market's been lately with these three. I don't want to be trying to short close to all-time highs.
No, try to short it and you get burnt.
Exactly. So don't really want to do that, so I'll leave that alone for the most part, more than likely. US 30. Let's see what drawings we got over here. Oh, yeah. So this is what I was trying to point out, where this thing can chop as long as it wants. Interested until it breaks that level, retest it, and then all. Right. But same thing here. Now, for the simple fact that we have this 5,200 cross to the upside at this point. Now, this is more like it. Right. So my next move would be I want to see some type of W structure off this 200, going back to the upside. Market baseline just went below the static, so that's awesome for that reload. All right. And let me copy this. I'll probably use this a lot. All right, cool. And then that move will look to the upside, something like this. All right, so does this make sense? Yeah, barely a 1-for-1. I would probably want to just target the high. So 1.25 basically. So it's something I would be looking for. Maybe a little bit 1.5, something like that. So yeah, that's the move I'll be looking for on US 30. S&P 500. This one actually looks the same for the most part. Simple fact that when I look to the left, you guys already know, y'all's gonna look to the left, kind of see what price has done in the past. It kind of gives you a small glimpse into the future. But I can see I'm in level 2, long, because the 5,200 is crossed to the upside. Right, so same thing. I was looking for price to come down, give me some type of W structure off this 200, back to the upside. Market baseline is already below the static, which is good for that reload. And I want to see some move back to the upside like this. All right, barely a 1-for-1. I'm not liking this too much, to be honest. I would much rather take US 30. The R to R is better. I guess it's the same. Basically about the same, sorry. So it depends on what it looks like when they yeah, still pretty crappy. Seriously. So be careful with those, if anything. Next up, we got gold. I'll be honest, gold to me is in this weird place where I don't know what the hell it's doing. I literally don't. In a scenario like this, when I can't tell, when I can't tell like this, I would just kick it up one time frame and kind of get a better.
When in doubt, zoom out.
Zoom out. Yep. I would just kick it up. So this now on the 4-hour chart, because remember we just went from the 1 to the 4. I wouldn't take any trades off the 1. I just wouldn't, because I can't tell what's happening. But this to me looks like this could possibly be some type of head and shoulders pattern off this 200, right? So I want to see something maybe like this. All right, we already got the RSI line below the static for the reload, so that's great. But for me, I wouldn't take this for longs until, one, as you can see, we have this 5,200 cross to the downside, so I don't really like that. But I'll be waiting for this to kind of do exactly this. Give me one more. Remember, on the head and shoulders pattern, there's two things. When you got the left shoulder and then the head, I'm gonna be waiting for that right shoulder. Because right now, this is basically what we have. So I will wait for one more swing and retest this area and then go long. And I'll be interested in it. So I'll probably hold off on this one for now. But yeah, if that were to set up, it would probably look something like this. So nice R to R, but I would definitely be hanging off for a second because I just don't know. I literally don't know. And this is a 4-hour chart, as I keep saying. So in addition to that, for my 4-hour confirmation, I would also want to see price above on the daily, right? Which right now is below. So let me see a close above on the daily and then a pullback, and then I'll be interested in it. So right now I'm just long, but stepping to the side, waiting for the long to confirm for me. So that's gold.
Well, that would that move
my bad,
would
what'd you
take
say,
my.
Tiger?
I'd be okay with that because that move would make my position about a 25 or 30 to 1.
Nice. Nice.
Okay.
I mean, I won't complain. I wouldn't complain. Michael called it. Michael's Nostradamus, so he's called it. So I'll make sure give it its wiggle room it needs. Right.
Yeah. I would make sure definitely the top is below this head point, right? So again, it's just me, but I would definitely want my stop to be somewhere around here, like minimum at this 33.20, somewhere around there.
Yeah. That's well, I got mine at 33.23 at the moment.
Same exact thing, basically.
So,
yeah, it's the same thing.
All right, I'll give it that extra 4 pips or 4 points. Michael called it.
Yeah,
I'm writing it. You can take that to the bank.
Totally set up. Like totally.
The higher the better for you, right? And the sooner as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So yeah, I'm liking gold on a picture that looks like this. Next up, silver. I don't even know why I have these on here. Let me take these off. Silver on the 1-hour chart. See, I'm gonna leave this one alone because I always say, right, we have the 5,200 cross here. So we know we're in level 2. Right, and then what's next after that is that W structure off the 200, which we have. It's right here. Beautiful. This was a beautiful trade. The fact that this has come back down and tried to give me a second W, I'm not taking this one. I only take the first one. So is this more long than short? Yeah, it is. Definitely. Don't take the second W's. Only take the first one. So I will leave silver alone for now. But again, it is more long than short. Still got a nice, beautiful W here. Right? Like this is gorgeous. Long side, market baseline already went below the static to give you that reload. Everything about this is nice, except it's the second W after the 5,200 cross. You see, the first one, I can't say always works, but the first one works a lot of the time. Much more than the second one. Like, look how this move was parabolic. Like, this was almost a straight up move after this W happened. It had everything it needed. The RSI line went outside the band. The next move was inside the band. Everything about it was nice. That's why I went straight up like this. The second one, though, not too fond of that one. So I'll just pass on silver. Crude oil, of course, this thing right here. I don't even know what else to say. Right?
Don't know what else to say.
I'm not even going to say much because you guys already know. Just something about it. Well, something about it. This is like if you had a girlfriend, this is the worst girlfriend I've ever had. This is what this pair reminds me of. Always complaining.
The beer.
Always asking for
The
stuff.
beer goggles.
Never
Beer goggles.
always got an attitude. Yeah, never acts right. That's what crude oil is. Just we'll leave it at that. Right. Bitcoin for me is funky, which it always is funky for the most part. I'm gonna kick this one up too, because it got a lot going on right here. And I'm saying that mainly because when I see this fresh 5,200 cross here, I don't want to short Bitcoin, as I always like to say. So let's kick it up and try to look for longs, which is much better. Actually, I don't see much, so I'm gonna leave this one alone altogether. Yeah, I'm just gonna pass on this. I don't know what's happening with this one.
Pass. Hard pass.
Talk to the hand.
Right. The peso.
Yeah, Starboy, interesting stuff, right?
Yeah, Starboy, if you got any questions, let me know. I'm going through everything. Any questions about the process?
Starboy from the weekend.
Yeah,
Anything.
that's what I was thinking. I'm a Starboy. What you done? I heard that on the radio. I hadn't heard it in a long time.
That's a pretty cool song.
Yeah. So
we got the 5,200 cross, so we know we're looking for longs. I wouldn't trade this again. I just look for this for the rates. Looks like we're coming up a little bit. Life is getting a little bit cheaper the higher this thing goes for me. All right, so we'll be looking for some type of W structure going long. Right.
Makes our hotel rooms cheaper.
It does. It does. Every single thing will be just that much cheaper.
Yep.
No, Tiger, he said we're going to sleep on his couch for free. We're not going to sleep on the
Oh,
couch.
okay. Well, he made the comment one other time about bringing friends, and I think you said, 500 pesos or $500 or something, down to 450.
Oh, yep.
I think you made that comment at one point.
Yeah, you talking about the vacation thing?
I'll sleep on the beach. I don't care. I'm not picky.
Nah.
I'll sleep on the beach. How about that?
Yeah. Whether by
you got to
choice
worry
or
about for the
not.
crabs. The crabs and the octopuses come out at night.
That's true. Yeah, I don't need chewed up.
Drag me into the ocean.
Yeah.
I'm done. Hammock then. Hammock.
Suck down with a.
Yeah. So
is that
let's see. We slowly getting there. Nice. Okay. Cool. So yeah, this is peso again. I really wouldn't trade this, but if I were to, it would look something like this: 5,200 cross to the upside, looking for a W structure going long. Right, with the reload, of course. Euro USD. I'm not touching this one because the move has already happened. This needs to, for me, it needs to top out, and then I'll be interested in taking it the other way. But right now, for me, this is nothing. We got this 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2. And then after that, of course, this is my trade of the week last week. We had this beautiful half a back structure off this 200. Boom, ran up. That was the move. Outside the band,
Nice.
inside
I
the
remember
band, you
that
got the big load there. Yes, absolutely smashed this trade last week. This trade made my whole month. I'm still up because there's one trade right here for the whole month.
Yeah.
Great.
After that, we were looking for the bounce off the 50, because remember that's what's next after the bounce off the 200 or the move off the 200. But it never happened, right? And this is exactly why I say you got to make sure that you're not taking the trades where it's outside the band like this. This, you can get toe up with this exact move right here. So once this happened, it came all the way back down, and then the market baseline closed back below the static again. I'm no longer interested in EU at all. So EU for me is a pass.
Toe up from the flow up.
Toe up from the flow up. Exactly, Tiger. You got it. Cool. Look like
Hey, I
we
meant to ask
finally
you.
got some action.
Meant to ask you, man. So as far as taking your W's or your V's, you ignore. I'm sorry, W's or M's. You obviously ignore the V's. Do you have any idea, like how often you have a trade that turns into a V that runs off and without you, meaning it doesn't come down to make that second leg? Do you pay attention to that
happen.
kind of thing?
Of course. I even have that's in data too, and this is exactly why I say I don't take those, because typically if you try to take those, that ends up coming back around most of the time. But close to like 28% of the time, 27.4 somewhere around there, that it'll run off. That's without me, but very low. Yeah, that's very low.
Okay,
I don't really care.
No, that's good.
When it,
and if it runs off, say la vie, because you're going for the higher, obviously the higher probability, which is it will return to make that second leg.
Exactly.
Or head and shoulders.
That basically means, yep. Because that basically means, right, if it just runs without me, let's say 28%, let's say 30% of the time, right? That means that 70% of the time it's going to come back. I would much rather be on that side of the fence.
Sure. Yeah.
Right, so.
No, that's good to know. I've been thinking about that question. Cool. No, I appreciate that.
Yeah. And once again,
that's really good,
right? Like that's the important part of journaling and using your data for your odds, right? Because without it, there's no way I would even know that. There's just no way I would even know that. Which is why I just mentioned too, right? That I broke up the M's and W's, the half of bats and the head and shoulders. I broke them up into 3 different groups because I was starting to ask myself, I'm like, man, I wonder what's the difference between, or the hit rate between the 3. But since I'm categorizing them all as the same, I wouldn't know. The only way I wouldn't know is for me to break them up and start tracking that data.
Yeah. Okay. No, that's good. That's good to know.
All right. So cool. This is the one we are in right now. EJ, we got the 5200 cross. We know we're in level 2. There's that half a bat structure off this 200 that we're looking for. The next move is this bounce off this 50 that's kind of not acting right, but kind of at the same time. I will say what I do like about this is, like on the, I guess, hard right edge, I'm going to zoom all the way in for this. This last candle did close above this price right here, so this does make me happy. Right, this definitely makes me happy as far as where it actually is. So it's starting to finally move. We'll definitely move my stop loss to break even here at 76. I'm not even going to take a chance on this coming back around. Yeah, EJ is bugging the hell out of me, but it's still, everything's still here. Right. Moving on to EN. Let's back out here. Oh. Yeah, see? Oh, this actually isn't that bad. But since we have this, I don't like taking moves after the chop, but I will. Because it actually is out of it now. So if we were to mark this up, you see we got the 5200 cross. So once again, we know we are in level 2. And we will be looking for some type of move off this 200, which it did finally. We got like so many bounces off this damn thing. It's ridiculous. Then it runs up. Remember, the next move is off the 50. So we got this kind of move here, and up. The main thing I don't like about this is when you have the move off the 50 on the charts, the market baseline should not be below the static, how it is now. It should stay above it. So this will be a pass because it is right here. Everything else about this is nice, I'll be honest. Like this would technically be one of those trades that I say is a scratch the edge trade for me, technically. All right, we got outside the band, inside the band. The only thing about this, again, is that this is below the static at this point. If we look at the 4-hour chart, you can see, you can see prices above the 13. right? The previous candle is above the 13. So this literally has 99% of what you'll be looking for, except the fact that market baseline is below the static. So it meets all the filters except for one. So this is a scratch the edge trade for me. Like this were, I don't know, if I wasn't in EJ and it didn't piss me off and I hit up today, I probably would have took this on like one account. But EJ's already getting my damn nerves, so I can't take on no more stress.
No more stress, please.
No, please. All right, so so same thing here. You can see we have Euro CAD. All right, let's kind of zoom out a bit. Yeah, we will be looking for, let me move this over. Looking for some type of structure like this off this 200 EMA. Targeting these highs. All right, and then we will need this to be here, something like that. I'll be interested in this move. Now it's kind of far up, but 5,200 cross, if you notice, as I always say, price has not touched this 200 at all since this cross. This is why this is still the next move. It's the move off the 200. And in addition to that, I will want to target these highs for the two. I think I mentioned before too. When the ADR high, which is what I would normally target, the orange dotted line, this will give you a 1 for 1.5, right? But when the yesterday's high is so close like this, I just go for the higher one. I'll be at breaking no matter what when I get here, so I can't lose on the trade. And what I've seen happen a lot of times is when they're this close, it just finishes out. So I don't want to miss that little bit of 0.5% right there. So I would just aim for the high right here.
Those extra cups of coffee.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
on top of your yeah.
Yep.
Right. Euro GBP, same thing for the most part. Not too bad from last week. Actually, we got that peak high up there, as you can see. 1350 cross went level 1. We had a hard drop, so right after that, 5200 cross. And once again, price has not touched the 200 EMA. So I'm still looking for some type of move off of this 200 level to the downside. Right. RSI line still, actually, it's making the reload now. So we just need this reload to happen, and that move will look something like this to the downside. EA, as you can see, Chop City hard pass. I'm not touching this one at all. This is a pass.
Hard pass.
GU is just now getting to the point where it will touch the 200. All right, so let me redraw this. So yeah, something like this. This is a little short. This might not work out well. Let's see. Okay, so it's okay. Risking $1, make $1.43. Not the best, not the worst. The reload is already happening, so that's good as well. Let me redraw this one too.
Unstoppable.
And yeah, the move will look something like this, back to the upside. All right. Next up, GJ. GJ has not touched the 200 once either since. Let me redraw this one. I got to redraw a lot of these because a lot of these are from last week. That's why it looks so funny. But this is not the best trade. This is what I mean when I say some of them, you might as well just go for another pair. This thing has just been sitting in this zone for quite a bit. So I really wouldn't want to take this. All right, I'm sure you guys can see this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Choppy as well.
Yeah, it's
Chop
kind of
City.
sitting there. I don't want to take it like that. Right. Right. But if I was to, it would look something like this. There's still no reload, so we still want to see market baseline go below the static. And that move will look something like this. Hey, good morning, Edgar.
Morning, Edgar.
GA.
Edgar.
GA has a way to go.
I don't really have anything.
That move will look like this.
Let's see here.
Right. So yeah, a lot of these are still in level 2. 5200 cross, once again, I'm going to always point this out, that once the 5200 crosses, and I know I'm in level 2, is the fact that one of two things happen. Price has not touched the 5200 yet, and or there's no reload, meaning the market baseline has not gone below the static. That's how you can always tell that that's the next move in the cycle. Always. This happens every time like clockwork.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when you go to, we're on GA, I'm going to lose where I'm at, but when you look at EU, which was again the move from last week, what happens? The 5200 crosses, right? Price touches the 200, makes that structure, and then runs. Market baseline goes below the static and then comes back around. No matter what, that's the next move in the cycle. And of course, if it touches the 200 and just continues to go down, there was no setup, so there was no trade. It just didn't happen. You didn't lose anything on it. Right, so next up is GC. GC, I pointed out earlier today, this is what I'm kind of looking at. This wouldn't be a bad trade. To the short side, this would be that level 1 master trade. Well, the master trade only happens in level 1, so this would just be the master trade. On the 15-minute, you would want to see the M off the 200, right? So as you can kind of see this, we got the 5200 cross. It's just now putting in that first leg, right? So something like this to the downside. You can see you got outside the band. Market baseline is coming above the static for that reload. Let's see another inside the band. Sure. I might take this later. I actually did a great job. I don't know if you guys saw it, but I finally remembered to put my trade in the Discord yesterday. So I'll try to remember to do it again today.
Oh, the Discord one, yeah. Wait a second. So where do you put yours at, Michael?
I put that in. Let me look really quick. Is it the lounge? It says lounge. And the
in the lounge.
Yeah, in the lounge. Yeah, in the lounge. Okay, just making sure. Yeah.
Lounge. Okay, there's Coach Tony.
Sweet. So yeah, this is what I'll be looking at for later.
Yeah, Coach.
As long as we get some 4-hour confirmation, because right now, as you guys can see, price is still, if you look at the previous candle, closed candle that is, price is above the 13 EMA. So this has some time on it, 2 hours at least, and then it's going to into news. So just be careful with it, but this will be what I'm looking for on GC rather.
I'm getting thunder outside.
What's up, Edgar?
About to get smashed with a little bit of a thunderstorm. Bring it on.
Nice. We just had a big one a while back. Now sun's shining again.
Yeah. I was wondering why it wasn't getting daylight yet, because it's normally starting to get daylight at this time. But I checked my weather channel, and looks like I got an hour and a half of storm coming. So nothing better than going to sleep to a thunderstorm or a rain shower. I just love it. After the stream.
Yeah, I can always tell when it's starting to come out too, because I'll look to the left. I got a huge the patio's right here, basically my office, and I can't see when it's dark, but the trees are there. But once it starts to get a light out, I can actually see the trees. So that's when I can tell the sun's about to come out.
Yeah.
It's just pitch black out there.
Yep. Same here. I'm gonna go
Cool,
grab my
so-
water. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Yeah. See you
Okay.
now. See you now.
Cool. So GN looks just like GC. I'm waiting on both of these to set up. It's the exact same setup, which is this master trade. All right. If you see my alert, it says master trade here, looking for that pattern off the 50 EMA to the short side. Same exact thing here. Master trade to the short side. So just looking for that. You see it broke this area. This green line is the retest area, basically, where it retested right there, almost to the T. Just want to see it drop on off. So this will be the second pair that I'm looking at for today, GC and GN. At the very top of my watch list.
GC?
Yes. So let me see what else we got. Next up is GF. I'm gonna just redraw this one. Looks a little funky. And I'll just draw this on here. So yeah, this looks decent, I guess. Let's see. Let's kind of measure it. See what this R to R looks. All right, so nice 1.5. Not horrible, not the best, not the worst. But yeah, just want to see it look something like this. Once we got the 5,200 cross, once again, price has not touched the 200 at all. That's how I know that's the next move in the cycle. Hello, guys. Is there going to be a giveaway today, please? Oh, so Starboy, we are done with the giveaways, guys, until further notice. So no giveaways. We did it for like 2-3 weeks straight, I believe.
3 weeks,
Yeah. So yeah, we'll keep you guys informed with the next one. There's always tons of discounts and everything. Make sure you guys are checking out the Discord, right? To get a discount, promo code for any type of account. So
yeah.
It's like you do right now.
Yeah, if you look a little bit up in the chat there, Edgar. Oh, sorry, Starboy.
Yeah.
There's a Discord link there if you want to go and join.
Cool. So next up, that's what GF will look like. From there, USD CAD. Oh, I took this on Friday. I forgot. Yeah, I took this on Friday, and what happened? Oh, I closed it. Yeah, I closed this trade, and it opened up, of course, really high. Let me see if I can find this really quick in my chat here.
Yeah, I'm kind of eyeballing a little zone on that one myself. 1.3778.
You see.
Okay, here it is. Yep. So I'm gonna reshare my screen to show. This is what this looked like before I took it. And again, guys, I cannot make this stuff up, right? Because 5,200 has crossed. You're level 2, looking for that W structure off the 200. After that, you're looking for the bounce off the 50, which is the level 2 money trade, right? So you see I got the strings on it, and it looks like this before. And then right after it, it's like this is after. I closed this not too far afterwards because it was like 3:55 Eastern on Friday. So I just closed it. I'm not holding anything over the weekend. But the point is, that's the next move in the cycle. This is the same trade that we're taking on EJ right now. Level 2 money trade is what I call it. Same exact thing. So I took UCAD. So I'm not, and this move is done now. Like once you take the level 2 money trade after that, you're going into the peak high at this point. And again, I don't take the peak highs. Right. So looking for something like this. It's going to be chop around probably, maybe bounce down and then boom. So I'll be interested in this move to the short side, but the longs is over with. I don't take these.
Yeah.
So nothing on that for me. UF, as you can see, is kind of trying to make that move that we kind of drew out, but kind of funky at the same time. I don't want it to hang out in the same area. Kind of how you mentioned, Tiger, with the basin. I don't want it to hang out for too long like that.
Yeah.
This is just chilling, right? And although it's going, it looks like, but this is just not good enough. And you got a barely 1-for-1. Nah, this is not it. Anyway, UF is more short than long on UF.
Yeah.
UJ.
Yeah, that's my second most bearish one. UF. -9. There's your confluence.
Yeah. We call it trader confluence or something. What are we going to call it?
Fundamental confluence. Yeah.
Trader fluence.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay, so this one is not the best one to take for the simple fact that you would have to wait till the price closed below this 800, and it barely gives you the 1-for-1. So I will probably leave this one alone. It kind of depends. Maybe there's a better setup out there. Maybe, not sure, but that will look something like this to the downside. Maybe you can get a pullback after you get the close and get a pullback somewhere up here, but then you run the risk of again it bouncing off this 800 anyway. So I'll probably just leave it alone. Next up is AUD CAD. AUD CAD is making a huge W. I don't like them when they're multi-session like this, because this could turn into a whole nother move. It could probably turn into something like this, a huge head and shoulder pattern back up to the upside. So I don't like it when it's multi-session. I'd rather it happen much quicker than that. But if there was to be something, maybe something like this. Right? Still long. But this could totally turn around and go the other way because we have this 5,200 cross trying to cross to the downside. So I would just be careful with it or not take it altogether. And you, Tiger, I believe we was looking at this together. This is this huge left shoulder, head, low Quasimodo right shoulder. This is not good. I will leave this. This 5,200 cross. So similar to you, Tiger, like I would want this to come up, like more, right? Because 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2.
I thought you were going to say similar to you Quasimodo.
And that's for sure, right? Yeah, and it's looking a little bit more attractive for a short today. I think yesterday it was at a -3, but right now it's only at a -1. So still neutral, right?
Right.
But it makes my short in that 2-hour supply a little more reasonable. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's a 1. It's a positive. It's a positive one. So yesterday was -3. Today's +1. So it's actually made quite the flip. Yeah, that's right. I just realized that. Shoot. Well, that's kind of going against the narrative. A little bit.
It is. It is.
I'm
It's
sorry.
probably one of the setup.
I'm sorry, Michael. It was a +3 yesterday. It's a +1 today. So it's becoming a little more bearish. So sorry about that. Let me get my stuff straight here. Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Yeah, it's still a little bit better, but
yeah, you got a little bit of room to go. If I'm looking at the market baseline, and we're looking at the TDI, I can see that the market baseline still has not crossed above the static. So this got some time on it, for sure. I would just leave it alone for a bit. Yes, let that price action play out a bit more. NZD CAD. This one's ugly now. I don't like the flip-flopping of the crossing type of deal. But if I was to still take this, seeing that It has not technically crossed back to the downside just yet. Whoops. So we know we're still in level 2. All right. Maybe we can get some type of huge W structure going back to the upside. All right. Market baseline already went below the static, so the reload is already here. Only thing about this one is you would need for it to close above this 800 EMA to take it. Stops below. So yeah, this would still make sense. Risking $1 for $1.50. Well, not bad. But I would be looking for something like that to the upside for NCAD. NF. Yeah, this is a fake right here. So they got the 5,200 cross. However, well, we know we're in level 2. Whoops. Now we're in level 2. But there's no reload on this just yet. This market baseline actually has to come above this and cross. All right, so the TDI is saying no.
I just got to pop in real quick and say, Michael, just going back to New Zealand CAD, I didn't realize how slow it is. It's ATR. You know what its ATR is? Its average true range? 16 pips. 16 pips.
What?
Hold on. Oh shoot! I'm freaking. Never mind. I was on the 4-hour chart. Oh my gosh. So daily. Never mind. 46 pips. I thought I was on the daily.
But still,
something's not right because that. They ain't even got a poll.
Right.
All right. Never mind.
Right.
Hey, I had to double check my
barely
work
has
there.
a post.
Wrong time frame.
Right.
Anyway.
You said it doesn't have to post. This thing doesn't even move.
Yeah. Well, still don't. I mean, it's still quite slow, but not as. It's not in the grave.
Yeah,
slow
that's
like
very
I
slow.
thought it was. For a second.
Right. Well, yeah, NF. This one's looking a bit funky. I would still want to see this to actually come up and make some type of pattern to the short side. But it looks a little short. Let's see. Maybe not. Okay. It's all right. One for like almost 1.5. Not too bad. Not too bad. So yeah.
I can hear the birds.
Something like that.
Is that you?
Yep.
Yeah.
Birds waking up.
So literally, it's the craziest thing, guys. Like, we have some birds here. Seriously, like birds in Mexico are everywhere. Like, we'll watch Instagram videos or something about Mexico. The birds be chirping. It's real paradise. Birds chirping to wake you up in the morning. Roosters crowing. It's the craziest thing.
Nice.
Yeah, that's the birds.
Nice.
And they just getting started. I'm gonna hear a whole lot of it.
Yeah, it's better than
Early
what I
days.
listen to. I live close to an interstate, so I hear semi trucks and cars rather than
those high rises behind you. There's no real birds in the city, is it?
And I used to live, when I lived in Atlanta, we lived in a high rise, as I mentioned. It was on the 35th floor, and we was literally right next to the Regions building, the bank. And it was a falcon that lived in there. Like, literally, he would fly around sometimes. And he flew so close to us one time, we're actually out on the balcony. I mean, this falcon had to be maybe 5 feet away. Flew right past us, was huge.
Wow.
But other than that,
we get them in the city in Cape Town as well. They tend to hit. It's quite a green city, a lot of trees, so they tend to hit the pigeons, especially when it's springtime, when the chicks are getting hatched. They'll come and sit in the trees, just like jump around, but they're huge, and they'll just rip these pigeons apart, and it's like you can destroy like a whole tree full of pigeons. It's crazy.
Part of their territory.
Yep.
Stealing territory.
Makes sense. Well, cool. Yeah, AU. We don't got too much here on AU. This is actually going the other way. So this looks a bit funky. When I have the EMAs kind of like in a line like this, I don't like to trade it. It's kind of hard to tell what's happening. So this would be a pass on AU. I would much rather take NU, if anything. AF. What we got over here? Yep, so same thing. We just got this fresh 5,200 cross. So we know we are in level 2. And that move. So notice that the market baseline is not going above the static, so we needed to for that reload. And that move on the chart will look something like this. Now this is a lot better because the 800 is all the way up here. So as long as we get the close below the 800, this is fine. All right. And almost a 2-for-1 on this move, so not bad. Euro Swiss. Euro Swiss still is in level 2 as well. We're just now getting to the point where it's actually touching the 200 EMA. So we got that 5,200 cross level 2 back there. Kind of flat. I don't think I would be too much interested in this, to be honest. But if I were, it would still need to look something like this. Let's scoop this down. Yeah, something like this. Oh, okay. So this actually is still a 2-for-1. Not bad at all. Based right at a 2-for-1. So yeah, something like that one.
Oop, there goes my thunder. It's
right,
knocking on my doorstep.
Cayenne is done for the simple fact that we have the 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2 to the downside. Then we have this funky structure here, but it runs down and it comes back up and touches the 200, and the market baseline is above the static. So they're trying to create a second M, and as I always say, I don't take the second one. The first one is what works out. And we'll keep saying that. As you can see, it works out here. Right? The second one, not all the time. It's more isky. It's a dicey trade.
So
I will leave Cayenne alone.
So we're on that first M. If you like zoom in a little bit, where exactly, like, where's your trigger candle? I know you said you'd kind of wait till the second leg kind of curls around. Is that right? Like, I don't think that I've ever asked you that. Like, what point actually puts you in that trade?
Yep. So good question. It would be, so once I see this and I come and I know I'm in level 2, looking for shorts. I'm looking for some type of pattern off this 200. All right. Let me zoom in a bit. So I already know I'm in level 2. I'm looking for that. This, you can kind of see this two ways. You got something right here. You got outside the band. So that's not it. You don't want to take this. That would be the V. And what happens? This thing came right back. You won't want to take that. You can see this one of two ways, actually. You can kind of this with this close below, like this. That's one way to see this. Or the second way would be this half a back structure, right? Which would be something like this: close below, back above, and then this close below. Right? You waiting for it to retest this area.
Half a back's got to break that neckline.
Yep.
That sort of thing.
Exactly. Really it has to break this area right here.
So,
right. But the entry candle.
Yeah, that's what I was interested in.
The break below, so it would be literally on this candle right here. And reason being is, as I always say, you want price to close below this 800 EMA. Right now, again, you can't take this one over here because that's the V. Look what happened.
Yeah.
It came right back. You can't take that one. You want to take the structure that happens. Yeah. Take the real structure that happened. So even if you saw it like this and it closed below, right? This makes sense. He was waiting for some type of pullback to this 800 EMA, right? It didn't take it here. It kind of gave you another one, but it dropped right here.
Okay.
That's what I would
close
do.
below and then retap it. I got you.
What?
Yeah,
definitely want to wait for it to close below. And
you would on that candle that closed, you would enter generally half your position, right, and then add on to it when price
you
pulls
damn
back,
right.
for example.
You damn right. That's exactly what I would do. Right? At least a 1-for-1 somewhere in here, minimum. Right? But yep, I will wait for this to close. I will take half my position right here, and then I would take the other half once price got back towards 800. This one almost a 2-for-1.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yep. Stops above the swing always.
Nice.
Get a little bit more premium on your average sell.
Nice.
Average count.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Guys, just give me two.
But yeah,
two
for me,
seconds.
when I say take your time. When I say the entry candle, for me, Tiger, remember, it's always typically it's a close below the 13, right? Like for shorts, it's a close below the 13. For longs, it's a close above after the pattern, right? But in the rare cases, which are not that rare, but when the 800 EMA is in the way, you need to close below the 800, right?
Okay. It just depends on where it's at in relation to the 13. Yeah.
Exactly.
Related to 13.
So if you look, you got the 5,200 cross, right? And again, the entire time, you can't take this trade minimum until here. But you wouldn't take that there because you got outside the band. You're expecting another leg to come, which it does happen, except it's just over here. So you wouldn't have took that, right? Maybe you took this move when it closed here, but once again, you can't take this either because this has not closed below the 800 EMA.
Below the 800.
None of these candles.
Okay.
Yeah. None of these candles are right until this one. And if you notice, this is the exact one that works.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
It closed below. And you would have been worried, right? You might have been worried like, oh, this is a big candle. You tried to jump in. Relax. Just be cool. Take half of your position. Wait for it to pull back to this area and smack it right here. And it rolls right on over.
Relax.
Right now, luckily, this works out. And as I mentioned when I said I don't like to hold my trades for the next session. The only way I would do it is if one of the pairs is a yen pair, or Asia pair, which this one is. Say you took this right here, and let's say you took another position right here, right? This is basically at 6. It's 6 in the morning? Yeah, this is like 6 in the morning. You held this for a long time. And you paid swap, right? You did have to pay the swap. But as you can see, as soon as Asia came in, it moved in Asia. This is an expected move for me, for it to move in Asia, because this is an Asian pair. Right?
Yeah.
Now, if this was, let's say, CAD Swiss, I probably wouldn't have done this. I wouldn't have held it. I probably just would have took my small loss and that would have been it. But seeing that it's a yen pair, which trades mainly in Asia, I'm happy. Well, not happy, but I will hold it to the next day.
Yeah. That's definitely something I'm paying a little more attention to of late on the quiet market session is more of the yen pairs, Aussie, New Zealand, basically all the Oceania area and Asia. It just makes sense. Trade the currencies depending on which market's open, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that got you. That answers your question, Tiger, to be able to know that the entry signal or entry candle right here.
Yeah, you said typically it's the 13, but when the 800's that close, then you might as well just wait for it.
Yep. Because what can happen is this could easily, let's say if you took it right here, this could easily bounce off of this and go the other way. That's why I don't like to take it in front of 800. I'll wait for it to close below and then I'll take it.
Well, that would be the equivalence. Yeah. Go ahead.
If you take it early, you still got this barrier in the way. But once you take it here, you got free range. There's nothing in the way really stopping this thing at this point.
Yeah, I mean that would be the equivalence of the higher time frame supply and demand zones. I would want to clear it if I'm trying to place a trade in a demand. I'd want to clear the hurdle of the higher time frame supply that might be in the way, and just look for a new opportunity down the line. So yeah, that makes sense. That's how I interpret it in my head, looking at it that way, or comparing it that way. Good stuff.
Oh, there's his drawings.
Right.
Drawings? Oh, yep.
Yep. So same thing. We got this super fresh cross here. So we know we're back in level 2. All right. And I'll be looking for some type of W structure going back long to the upside. Again, W, half bat, head and shoulders. It doesn't really matter. One of those 3 off this 200 level. Back to the upside. Market baseline is above the static right now, so we need to go below for that reload. Boom, I'll be looking for something like that. I'm gonna leave these drawings on here actually. How many more we got to go?
Taking your
more.
notepad.
So only got 4 more.
Taking your notepad out there.
Oh yeah, I'm writing down 13,800.
L1, L2.
Give me something back. Yeah, just give me something to back test.
Mona Lisa.
Back test later. That's right.
Right.
I'm after those Mona Lisas. Whatever can filter out the other Monets I'd be looking at, right?
That's the most important part. Most important part. All right, but same thing. 5,200 cross. On level 2. Looking for moves to the downside. All right, same exact thing over and over and over again. With the reload, looking for shorts. This is a nice 2 for 1, basically 2 for 1. Not bad. And then these last 3, I would only trade in Asia because there are 2 Asia pairs. This one specifically, I will leave alone altogether for the simple fact that we have this 5,200 cross back here, so we know we're in level 2. And then after that, we have tons of bounces off this 200. All right, you got one here, you got half a back here. Now it's back below again. This is a lot going on with this one. I'll just leave this alone altogether. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe you'll get this 5,200 cross back to the downside. You can take something like M structure going short. All right, market baseline need to go back above the static for the reload. Whoops. I don't know why that printed up there. Sometimes I can't tell if it's me going too fast or if it's trading me.
Yeah. Mine freezes up every now and then, just out of nowhere, random. Takes like 5-6 extra seconds to load.
Right.
Yeah, it does it.
Nope.
All right, so that'll be that one on AN, if anything. AJ has completely turned around, so we're not interested in any of that just yet. See, now this is actually really close, but once again, I wouldn't take this until Asia. And that's if I took it. If I ever take a trade in Asia, I'm not putting my full position on it.
Yeah.
The volume is just way too low. But yeah, we got this baby reload here. You see market baseline slightly went above the static. I kind of don't like that. It's just too little. So I'll probably leave this alone.
Pull the rubber band back further, right? Give more
Right.
power,
Like
more gusto.
Yeah, exactly. You said it right.
Gusto.
And this is
Such
a
a cool
perfect
word.
example of why we're not
Gusto.
the R to R is off on you. You're risking $1 to make 65 cents. This is a pass altogether.
Pass.
Right.
Pass.
Because once again, you need price to close below the 800, but your stops has to go above this swing. Your TP would be at the low. So at this closest, you're risking $1 to make 80 cents, which is still not enough. So this is a pass altogether.
I want my money.
Right. Then lastly, we have NJ. See, now NJ looks better. Out of the two, I would take NJ over AJ. Right? They look very similar, but this one's the prettier of the two. We got the 5200 cross. We know level 2. We actually have still a small reload, but better than the other one. Right? And then we'll still be looking for that same type of structure. Now, this one is better for the simple fact that, for one, the 800 of EMA is up here, so I'm not worried about it bouncing off this level. But two, it looks like the R to R would actually work out. Right? So this one is at least risking $1 to make $1.20. Right? And you can even get a small pullback to the 50, make it almost a 2-for-1. So much better than AJ. Like I always say, if the ADR low, which is my normal target, is really close to the yesterday's low or yesterday's high, I just move it to the further one, because it will typically just continue to go. No matter what, I will be at break even here anyway. So I wouldn't lose on a trade.
A little more generous.
Yeah.
Jay.
And that is pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen. I'll go back to EJ really quick, because this is finally starting to move. Like, finally. And it's still kind of hanging out in the same area. Right? We having some trouble, because this is the yesterday's high. But once it breaks through this area and gets to around this 172.76, it really should be 75.
This is finally making a move.
Finally.
Nice.
Finally. Let's say 86. This should say 76. That's weird.
You just had to talk. You had to talk sweet nothings into its ear. Finally, listen.
Right.
Hey, boo.
Yeah,
I need you to come see me.
Oh, you know what it is? I know what it
Wasn't
is.
it Christian was saying you should slap it? You slap it on the side.
Yeah.
Make it listen.
Idiot.
That's what it is. I'm missing the magnet.
Hey, there we are. Ooh,
Good stuff.
Magnet.
That's a good thought.
There we go.
Gold's been
neodymium
Gold's
magnet, by the way. Not just a normal one. Not a fridge magnet.
Roots girl.
Moving without a magnet. Imagine if we put a magnet in there.
Nerio Merchado. Hola, amigo.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Good morning, good morning.
¿Qué tal?
Rude girl.
Sweet.
Got my magnet. We're good. The world can continue spinning. I better put my tiger icon next to it, or tiger emoji.
Pull it up. Pull it up.
Put my bowling emoji there as well. Coach Darrell put the bowling emoji on one of his trades, and he won on it a while back. So, yeah, just throw all the goodies up there.
Right.
Good stuff.
Awesome.
Michael?
Yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank
No,
you.
absolutely. I'm glad to dig. There's always one little nugget to pull out of what you do, as with as systematic and mechanical as it is.
Always.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
We just got to figure out that fine script code, right?
Yeah. So funny enough, I asked Mecca. She said her last message to me was, "Can we jump on a call to see how I'm going to share it?" So actually, Tiger, I wanted to see if I can send it to you first to see if you can even get it, and then explain that to her. I guess I really don't know. I just know that it's easy, that it can.
Well,
that's all I know.
Yeah, I mean, if you have the code, you should just be able to like email it on over, or message it over on.
Yeah, just copy and paste it in a text file as well, or note in a notebook. What are you using? Are you using Mac or PC?
This is a PC.
Yeah,
mine's the same.
Yeah, just copy and paste the code, and then just you open. If you go there to Pine Editor in the bottom.
Okay, I'm going to send this to you now, Tiger. I'm going to send it to you, and
then you just open it up there, create a new indicator, and then just paste it in there. It's pretty easy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, I got it. Sweet. Yeah, I'll mess around with that after stream for sure. See if we can get it to working.
If you need help with that, I was programmed trying to code an indicator the other day, which worked really well. And, no, obviously I'm an expert at it as well. No, I'm not, but it was pretty easy to use.
Is that Discord? Is that where you sent that, Michael?
Yeah, I sent it to you in our private message on Discord.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Okay. Listen to what Rude Girl said to you, Tiger.
What's that?
Yeah.
Said, hey,
Coach Tiger, a few weeks ago when I won the 50K account, I told you I was going to get funded and get an interview from you. Well, I got a payout coming on Monday. Awesome stuff.
Hey,
we'll have to set you up.
Well, how about that? That's incredible. Well, yeah.
Firstly, congratulations, Rude.
Congrats.
Good stuff.
Yeah, they'll
good to hear. Someone passed one of those accounts we gave away. That was really, really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good job.
Good job. The back end team, Rude Girl, the back end team will they should be reaching out to you. I don't know if they reach out to everybody. I don't know how that works, but yeah, I think you'll get reached out to, because that's what they'll do is say, hey, can we get you on? Yeah.
It's normally Coach Sam that has the chats with payouts, but maybe we can organize to have one with you. That would be awesome. You did promise
request. Yeah, of course. No, exactly. So request whoever you talk to, just request me. Just say, hey, Coach Tiger, just let them know the story, and they'll send you my way. They'll give you my link to my Calendly, and of course we get that all created with the Zoom chat and all that. So. Yeah, no, that's awesome to hear. I usually ask about 7 or 8 questions just to kind of tap into your experience. And it's pretty cool. Pretty cool 20, 30 minutes that we make. Good stuff. Congrats on that. Awesome to hear. You made my day. Made my day.
Right, Tiger. Guys, we got about, what's the time there now?
6:43. We got 30 minutes
before the end of the session. So remember, we did have a question earlier on from, let me just quickly see who it was. Tanaka, you still here? Hands up if you are.
Oh, for your geometry, right?
Asking me about some, how do I draw the market geometry lines? Rude Girl says we're going to be talking boating for 23 minutes.
Oh, well, that's not a problem at all. We'll make it
you can talk for hours.
Make it a longer stream. I don't mind. Yeah, that's right. No, that's good.
Good stuff. So
we'll make
Tanaka,
it an hour.
If you're still here,
we'll make it an hour instead of 30 minutes. Anyway,
back in, can you get my screen shared, and I'll quickly do a little basic market geometry demo. What it is, how to draw it, which tools to use, etc., etc. I guess we could just start here. I've got the Nazi app, but let's go here to a blank area. First of all, market geometry, the way I define it at least, is basically an analysis technique. We're trying to expose the underlying symmetry that's prevalent in price action, right? Very simply put, you've probably heard me a lot of times talk about, let's say, zigzag corrections, right? And what do I mean by symmetry? Symmetry in patterns, for example. You'll quite often, let's say, in a zigzag, which is labeled in ABC, for example, whatever you want to call it, right? ABC. In zigzags, generally your C wave would be as long as your A wave. So there's symmetry in ranges, for example. I can expose that using fibs, right? Look how beautifully I drew that. C waves generally would extend the same length or height or range, it's probably a better word, than your A waves, right? So there's symmetry involved there as well. But what's also really cool about corrective patterns, and I especially use market geometry with corrective patterns, because I'm trying to figure out where those corrective patterns might end. Now, firstly, trying to figure out which corrective pattern you're dealing with first. It can be a bit more difficult, but using market geometry, you can identify areas where there's a really high degree where those corrective patterns are likely to complete, right? So if you had to look, for example, at an ABC, I talked about how your C wave generally runs the same range as your A wave. There's also a lot of instances where, for example, your A to B wave, then your A to C wave would very often also be similar in time. So you can have time symmetry as well. I don't work with that too much, but it's definitely a field that a lot of people study. I believe a lot of the guys that trade the cipher patterns, they quite often tend to have time symmetry involved there as well. But, okay, so how do I want to say this now? Yeah, which drawing tools do we typically use to expose this underlying symmetry? Well, we got two. I've got my toolbar down here. There's actually more than two, but the ones I'll generally use very often are either my channels, right? I don't know if you know, this was pretty basic stuff that generally when you have a corrective structure, you'll very often see price move within the confines of a channel. I'll show you some live examples if I can find some in just a while. Or you use a pitchfork. Before I get to the pitchfork, there are different settings involved there. I'll spend a bit more time on that. But for a channel, typically if you want to find a high, you need to go and connect two lows first, extend it to a high, right? To find a potential high or area of resistance. Assuming that, let's say, the market's been moving lower, and then you get a zigzag to the upside. Again, I always refer to and I always think the first corrective structure that I'm getting is going to be a zigzag, just because they are the most common corrective structures out there when it comes to trading. All right, so the other one is your pitchfork. To draw pitchfork, you need to select 3 anchor points. So you need one, you have to click on a starting point, firstly, second, click, and third. All right, so if price is moving higher, you assume you're dealing with a potential zigzag, you need to select your pitchfork, and then you need to select a starting point. You gotta go to your first high, and then in this case a high low. All right, you'll only really start drawing this pitchfork when price is already obviously got this first point, the second point, but you'll never know that that second point is there unless price then breaks it, right? Confirming that you've got a high and a high low. A high low is only confirmed here when price is actually making its way above this second anchor point. Now with zigzags, you'll find to a very high degree that your C wave generally completes at, in this case, if it's moving upwards, at one of your upper median lines or lower median markets. Actually, this is probably a good time to say what these lines mean, right? So first of this one that you got in the middle over here is called a center median line, and then the one to the upper side would always be an upper median line, and we have a lower median line. The upper is extended from your second anchor point, and your third or your lower median line is extended from your third anchor point. Now, just because, let me try to explain this to you. Generally, when you have a very strong trending market, right, it's not really that useful to use. In this case, I was using a shift pitchfork. I'll go through those settings in just a bit. You'll generally use the Alan Andrews pitchfork setting, which most platforms have, right? You can see mine is automatically set on shifts here. Now, if I have to go to regional there, this is the Alan Andrews pitchfork setting, and you can see that the angle or slope of this incline to the upside is way steeper than, for example, the shift pitchfork. But to draw the Alan Andrews pitchfork, they work exceptionally well during very strong trending markets or very strong moves, right? You'll also use 3 anchor points. Starting point, in this case, a high and a high low. And generally, trends will then extend in a third impulsive wave much longer than this first one, and typically find support or resistance at the upper median line because the price is trending sharper to the upside. All right. I don't use that setting too much. You'll see that I very often use the shift pitchfork setting instead. And the reason being this is because corrective structures are generally not as angled steeply as, let's say, trending structures, right? So they typically take a little bit longer time to materialize. They tend to move slightly more sideways to the upside or sideways to the downside. That's why you want to be using a shift pitchfork instead. It fits the angle of a corrective structure much better. All right, now the difference, if you're interested in a bit more of the technical terms here, between how the sentiment or the angles are calculated between, and the difference between, oops, let me just get that, the standard pitchfork, which is this one over here, and the shift pitchfork. The center median line basically starts at your first anchor point, and then it dissects midway between your second and your third anchor point. And that is what generates the angle. Originally, I believe Alan Andrews only had the center median line, and then he projected it from a second and a third anchor point as well, basically giving you what then obviously looks like a pitchfork, right? Or sometimes say it looks like Neptune's fork, or whatever the case would be. The reason why he also did this, because price would tend to follow, within the confines of your upper and lower median line. Now, during very strong trending moves, you'll quite often find that price extends to what we call the red warning lines. They run at the same angles, but they just projected upwards from the upper median line and downwards from the lower median. Equidistance than this measurement over here from a center to your upper or center to the lower. So your lower red warning lines then same width, projected to the downside, or the upper red warning line, same width, projected to the upside. Right, so a lot of mouthful over here, but hopefully following along. Yeah. So when it comes to, so you can clearly see here, that's how that's calculated, and you can see the angle or slope upwards is much steeper than, let's say, the shift pitchfork setting, which is my go-to setting for when we work with corrective structures. Now, the only difference here is you can now see that we still have 3 anchor points: starting point, high, low. But now that the center median line's starting point doesn't start from the first anchor point, it basically slopes to 50% between the range of the high of your second, or your first and your second anchor point. Hopefully that makes sense, right? So if I have to draw, let's say, for retracement, just focus on the 50% here. See how it basically starts there, rather than at the first anchor point that you selected, right? So it gives a much flatter slope to the upside and makes it more useful when you're dealing with corrective structures. Then there is another setting, if you're interested in this, called a modified pitchfork setting. Let me quickly just switch that to modified pitchfork, which is this one over here. And what's happening here is now the starting point of the actual center median line starts at 50% between the angle of your first and your second anchor point. I don't use this very often because I'll just use a channel for that matter, because a channel and a modified pitchfork is exactly the same thing, or same angles if you use exactly the same anchor points, as you can see over there. All right. Now, if you start using market geometry, know how corrective patterns tend to behave, and that sort of thing, and trends, how they tend to evolve, then it works as a framework to try to figure out where support and resistance might step and where price might be heading towards during a phase, or where a corrective phase might, for example, terminate. I think this was a good example now to come to think about it here on the NASI. I actually posted this on our Discord channel. I don't know if you guys ever seen that, but I think this is a really good example of how to use market geometry. Remember earlier, for example, price, very strong trend upwards, then it made a move lower, and then obviously continued higher, right? So your most common corrective structure is an ABC. And you probably heard me say this earlier during the session. If price then makes a move higher to a new high, and then makes another move lower, then I'll automatically assume that it's the second most common corrective structure, which is a double zigzag, which is basically two zigzags, ABCs, ABC. First one, second one conjoined by WX axis, right? It's also called WXY, all right? In this case, I think what I did here was just draw my shift pitchfork from the high to this lower low, to this lower high over there. This is a shift pitchfork. Let me just make sure. There you go. Price reached this lower red warning line. It did, sort of penetrate it a little bit, but then bounced back to the upside. Very interesting. Price failed to break above the high here, start moving lower again. And at this stage, my automatic assumption would be that this was an ABC. What could it potentially be next? Another ABC. And then we go up. Okay. Now, when you use pitchforks for corrective structures, instead of connecting my shift pitchfork to the first ABC, I'll connect it to the WX axis instead. And look where this terminated, the lower median line. And this is why it's so accurate. You can, for example, before price gets there, go and identify these areas or levels where you'd be interested to trade this. But price needs to get to there first. You can identify these areas before it gets there. And yes, you can use hindsight, like for example here, the price structure that already formed to try to figure out where price might be heading towards and where this corrective structure might end. In this case, I believe I labeled this like this on Discord. It's an ABC. And the next ABC, I would label like this, not like this. Well, I think I did originally do this. But price failed to reach that low median line. It bounced up high again, came down once more. And then I was like, okay, we just had an extended A, a B, and a short-lived C. This whole thing is then labeled a W, this X, Y pattern. and price continue higher. Right, so probably a lot to take in. I do understand that, Tanaka. But that's how you draw your basic Elliott wave, market geometry lines with those two tools, your pitchforks or channels. There's also those different settings, right? Like I said, when you're dealing with corrective structures, your shift pitchfork setting is generally the best to use. If you want to get more deep into corrective structures, go and study them. But rule of thumb would normally be just like use the first 3 anchor points during a decline or a move to the upside, and that'll generally give you really good ideas where a price might find support and resistance into the future. And then combining that with the knowledge of how these patterns typically tend to materialize, you can then go and identify areas where you believe, if price would reach them, that such a corrective structure might end and terminate and then move to the other way, continue a trend or whatever the case would be. Now, the other thing that's pretty interesting about market geometry, there are more tools that can be used, like your squares and circles and triangles. But that is an extremely deep rabbit hole to jump into, and something that I'll rather not show because it's just going to basically confuse a lot of people. And there are loads of subjectivity involved in trying to use those shapes or those drawing tools as well. But one day I'll show you one if you guys are interested in seeing something.
Yeah,
like
that could be a
It's pretty amazing. It's just extremely trying to figure out how. Trying to figure out how to trade those things using those tools are extremely difficult. Something else I looked at here. Yeah. Sorry, guys. What do you? Think about that.
I was just going to say, back end, you might timestamp where he started talking about that 6:45 Central Time. I know I did because that's something that I'm going to go back and rewatch that part of this video myself and go to your Discord because you've got quite a few good examples there for everybody in the chat. By the way, when you're on the Discord, just to triple check everybody knows where that's at. It's under the strategy and education tab of the Forex Hola Prime channel, and then you go straight to trading tips. But yeah, I was just on there looking around myself, and he's got tons and tons and tons of examples of everything he just explained. In fact, he put a bowl of spaghetti on
just
one
follow
of them.
along. It's like anything. It's the same like with both your methodology, Tiger and Michael's. It's just, the more you see it, the more sense it makes. But in the beginning, it could be complete Greek. It's can be really, really difficult. Here's a good example on the pound US dollar I've been watching this morning. Here's a great example. Pitchfork. Let's do this over again. Get my magnet mode on. Boom, boom, boom. Where did price reach? The lower red warning line. In this case, it didn't reach it actually exceeded below the low median line, right? But with zigzags, and that's what I assume this could potentially have been, just an A, B, a C. Potentially, right? Let's go and label that. A, B, C. Why would I have thought it rather end here rather than at that median line over there? Because your C waves typically travel the same ranges as your A waves. There's 100% there. You can then, for example, before price reach that, go and say, like, I'll be interested in seeing what happens if price reaches 100%, assuming I'm dealing with an ABC. Draw a little zone that encompasses both the 100% and let's say this low red warning line. And then you can go to smaller time frames and really look at this, like massive reversal there. Boom, huge engulfing candle back to the upside. And that's typically what you would look for, extra confirmation. I would never just go and enter at that area. I know both our coaches here, we wait for extra confirmation. You want to see price actually confirming that it's getting ready to reverse lower from that area. By the way, did we see any of that over here when price reached this lower median? No, it didn't. It just sliced through it. Okay. So it's also about being very, very patient, waiting for those areas to be hit, continuously maybe updating these drawings. But if you work sometimes with high time frames, it's as easy as just drawing the 3 anchor points, knowing that if you're dealing with the correct structure, that might be a single zigzag. Again, this price might now fail to move to new highs here, right, above this high that was set on the 1st of July. And if it does that and starts crashing down, what did I say? Then maybe this turns into a double zigzag instead. Come on. Sometimes I'm too quick for.
That's what I was just saying. I was just saying that.
And what's your
So yeah, that's basically how it's done, guys. I don't know. You can look at any corrector structure. Yeah.
What's your favorite time frame to do that on, or do you just use it on any time frame? Like, is it good for any time frame? I'm just curious your thoughts on that.
I like doing this on 4 hours. I also like keeping, let's say, a daily and a weekly time frame. But I perform different analysis on there, like the one I did on NASDAQ I showed a while ago. You know, NASDAQ's up in the air, all-time highs, continuous all-time highs, where it might be heading towards. And I'll use, the starting point is going back from when the data started on my charts, right?
The dinosaur.
But if you know where those lines are and price is heading towards it, I'm not going to go on a daily time frame or a 4 hour, let's say a 15-minute time frame. Let's say try to take a long trade as price is hitting an upper median line in the uptrend on a weekly time frame, you know. So it is trying to keep those, and once you actually do the market geometry on the higher time frames, like your weeklies, dailies even, I don't really do it on monthlies. I did it on the NASDAQ on a monthly just because price is such a crazy bull run. You know, you only have to do that once off, you know, once now and then. But if you work on smaller time frames, you know, you might have to do it rather often. And I keep on updating it. For example, I think it was crude oil this morning when I looked at crude oil just quickly. Where's crude oil? Trying to get my act together here. Let's go commodities, that one. Go to a 5 minute, right? So we're also talking about very visual tools here, right? You can quite often determine which angles you should be using or which setting you should be using if you want to use pitchforks. But just looking back at where prices previously reacted to angles, or these angles, right? See, that, for example, is of interest of me. We had support. We had resistance, and they all at median lines. So if price, for example, wants to break up and closes above, let's say, this center median line over here, or top median line, upper median line, where might it go to next? Look up to the 50% dash median line. And you can actually find a lot of day trades and stuff like that too. But anyway, yeah, just a quick showcase. How we're doing on time. It's like 7 minutes past 2. 2 o'clock my time, sorry. But if you want to trade smaller time frames, this was not the best example. Then maybe the NASDAQ. Was it the NASDAQ I looked at?
No, that's...
Again, I'm too fast for trading view today.
No, that's good stuff. I can't wait to dig into that stuff myself. You know, after stream, because I could definitely see a benefit to nothing else for the higher time frames. For just looking for those overall support resistances.
No, absolutely. And you know, if price is in a strong uptrend, general rule of thumb, if you want to draw a pitchfork or channel or whatever the case might be, you'll go from a high to a high, for example, to a low. Right? Maybe this low over here is a little bit better. Right? But probably here this morning, this might have been an area that you wanted to go long if you wanted to go counter trend, right?
And that bounced right in a demand
Price,
zone. Left of that. That's perfect.
exactly. You see now, and we got, what's this now? I can see it now already. We got a fair value gap here. It's been mitigated a few times.
Yeah.
But interesting stuff, right?
I wished I
you
would have
can
had
also,
a
for example,
on the US 30. But
you then have all of these areas that didn't reach this upper channel line, and this is again what I like to do. I just rip out a ray, draw a line parallel to the channel that you've just drawn, project that to areas where it didn't hit it. We have resistance. Oh, come on, man. Resistance again, resistance again. And you don't go and change the angles. You just keep on doing the same thing. You know, and there's areas where it'll wick through, right? So, I mean, it's not a freaking, what's his name, exact science. But, you know, there's enough evidence here to say, like, there's support, 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 you know? And that's how you can use this to potentially get areas. We're on a downtrend. And what I would, for example, do to finish things off, we've got 5 more minutes here. If I had to look here at the NASDAQ, just on a higher time frame, I'll ask myself, let's get rid of those. Let's go to an hour, maybe see a bit more of the price structure. It's like, what are we seeing here? No? Is this corrective in nature, or are we starting to trend lower? And because we're on such a strong, you know, uptrend for those closet bears, it's really easy to say, yeah, finally it's going to go down. But we all know how that ends, right? It's not down until, I would say, on a weekly frames and stuff, that price actually starts breaking very important key levels. But I can clearly see here, this is the ABC. That's a 3-wave move. We have another move up, a 3-wave move. I won't say that it ended there. It needs to extend past this one, right? So was this an ABC, XABC? We had another move up. Yeah, I can't count 3, so I'm thinking it's going to still do this. And then potentially go up. And this might be, if it's corrective in nature, be called a triple combo, which is something you don't often see. And I'm actually going to be posting that in Discord in today's trading tips, actually. So do go check that out. Basically what it is ABCX, ABC then makes a Z instead of, and then it makes one more ABC, and then you get a move up. And these typically like to trace out beautifully with inch lines. So this way I'll go and do this. And if we do get another move lower, at least minimum break of the 23,652, maybe even lower towards this lower here, giving us a double combo wave. No, it's not even a double combo. It's even, what's it called, a triple combo. Yeah, something you don't see often. A, B, C, W, X, and then, yeah, A, B, C, and then another one, A, B, C, something like this. W, X, Y, X, Z pattern. Alternatively, the worst case scenario is that we're seeing a 3-wave decline, which is typically also how, what's his name, tends to materialize. Leading diagonals. That'll be a 1. You have a move up. 2. Be another one. 3. Will be 4. And another one for a 5th. Meaning that this entire pattern here counts as a leading diagonal. Could also be that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Then we get a bounce higher. corrective that doesn't go to new high, and then we get another move low in 5 waves. It mimics this for a larger ABC. All hell breaks loose. There's war and blah, 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 and we start extending low in a 3rd wave. But this is generally, for me, a warning sign as well. So it could either be the triple combo, or if we do punch a new low here, a running, not a running flat, a leading diagonal. So it leads into a much larger decline, if that makes sense, at a later stage. But either way, even if it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or the triple combo, if we do punch a new low, I'll expect at least a bounce to the upside, and that's how I can also on a daily basis figure out, what should be my bias and so forth. Anyway, there was a long chat. I'm really sorry if I went over the time a little bit. See, it is 1:15 now. So I do apologize for that. Tanaka went on a tangent there, but maybe go check it out, do a bit of homework your side. Keep on visiting these streams. Query those questions if you have them, and for any one of our analysis for that matter. Guys, thanks for joining. And we got the pre-market pulse coming up in 15 minutes, right? So do stay tuned for that. Yeah. And to everybody, thanks for joining. Coaches Michael and Tiger. Guys, I'll see you on the flip side.
It's a pleasure. All right. Take it easy, guys.
Cheers, guys. Take care. Have a good one. And goodbye.
All right.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.